wonderful Wizard of Oz.
And we're back. First thing in the morning here for this David's preliminary trial. Been a long time coming. If I guess most of you know that we've been kind of covering this off and on for quite some time now. It's been one of the darker and more disturbing cases out of the industry that we've seen in a while. Right up there, I guess, with the Army Hammer stuff, but a little more real life, unfortunately, with everything that's come out about it so far. It's kind of one of those things too that he has a pretty strong, youthful fan base. So it kind of seems that anytime I have been covering this, weird things have happened. So I kind of have like let it be for a while. There was just so many different things. I won't go into all of it. The main thing, I guess, was the pizza situation, getting sent over to, yeah, no, we won't go into the whole thing because I do want to be able to cover this, and I do believe that it is important, and I do want to stay objective here, and whatever might come with it, I just we do have to tread carefully here. And, at the end of the day, everyone's innocent until proven guilty. So we do have to keep that in mind as well. But good morning, everybody. I'll give you another minute to get in the door here. Truth Reigns, Contraindicator, welcome. Jennifer Lazo, Rebecca McGuire, Rose Knows It All. Good to see yous. Mandela's here. Good morning, everybody. Callie Candy. Morning, afternoon, good night, wherever you are tuning in around the world. Some of you guys are in different places, so it's not morning for everybody, but yeah, this has been a wild ride for quite some time. Here, let me go ahead and get our windows up here. That's been an ongoing thing, and there's, I maybe was getting a little too close for comfort. If you guys know, I don't want to direct any more danger to anybody else's way, I guess, but for who they were and where they stood in this and what they knew about this, it just caused too much issues when we got together talking about it. So hopefully, just going it myself here, just continuing on, it shows that we're obviously not going to let fear stop us from continuing to cover this here, but we do got to be careful because some people are kind of weird. Strangers on the internet, Hey, Black Owl, welcome. Good to see you guys. Yeah, so this is one of those cases, though. I think that, there's a lot of mixed feelings about it. A lot of people are interpreting it differently. And I mean, even in the trial, the way that they're positioning his defense and or the prosecution, what the prosecutors, what they're alleging may have happened. was that this was because she was a teen and he was an adult, that she was becoming a threat to his career, and that this was out of anger. But in my opinion, from everything I've seen and what I've read and discovered while investigating this whole thing, and just from what I've heard from others who were adjacent to the situation in the industry, there was some dark stuff going on there. This is a guy that in a Discord full of young kids and teens. His main fan base is kids and teens. Um, he basically professed that he preferred gore over adult material, and I think that alone says a lot. I mean, again, we don't really know for sure what happened as far as the murder part. That we can't really say anything for sure. But as far as we know that there was the inappropriate interactions, we know that uh, he was a party to a lot of the times when this she was going missing, she was taken off, run away. That he was a party to that. Apparently, he'd been grooming her for as young since she was as young as 11. Um, and at the time, he would have been 15 or 16 or whatever. But obviously, once he's 18 and she's 13, then it's an issue. So already there we have a lot of problems happening. But then with the fascination with the gore and the romanticizing of the gore, literally one of his main tracks was romantic homicide. And a lot of the imagery in his music videos and stuff, it really just seemed like he was building up to it, in my opinion, and that it was more of fulfilling a fantasy rather than being a retaliation or any kind of rage. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to say this early, but for like I said, for what I've come to understand about him as a person through my investigation, he it is something that had crossed his mind, in the very least, of partaking in one of these crimes himself. That he had talked about it being a compulsion, that he had been watching this stuff and had been getting like worse, and he had to like he went into it like in this Discord. He talked about it having been a problem for him. And from what I understand as well of studying abnormal and criminal psychology type stuff, uh at some point he'd be having the urges, he'd be having an urge that he'd need to fulfill, and if that wasn't doing it for him anymore, that it's possible that it had progressed to a next thing, and that's how he was able to get that compulsion of viewing the material under control. But again, this is just speculation and just based on several factors that I've come to understand, and it is just my own opinion. um Things could change pretty quick too. We do know that too, that not the justice system isn't always perfect or right, but yeah, it's a whole situation. There's so much more to it than just it being this um like, even if it was just also a rage thing, I think there's just so many other elements to this that need to be considered, and like these are the kind of people that they need to go into some kind of facility and be studied to figure out how to early detect this kind of stuff, because I'm sure there were signs even before it got to the point of wanting to view violent, harmful material, adult material. But I guess, and it's weird because he had a very sheltered life. He was very heavily religious. I guess he had been homeschooled to a point. Um, in all the ways on paper looking like a perfect upbringing. But yeah, good point, Mandela. Actually, thank you for bringing that up, because yeah, in those same ways that Jeffrey Dahmer on paper had a pretty normal upbringing and a pretty, upstanding family, religious, the whole thing, right? So seems like he had a pretty extremely poor mental state. Yeah, well, that's it. Like, he was already that was already part of his thing. He was already into that. And I think that that can really only progress over time. In the same ways that it did with somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer, and not to really fully draw comparisons, like he is just a kid too, and I mean, it's very possible that he kind of set himself up to be framed, that maybe there's this fascination and it's more of the artistic thing, but this gave the perfect opportunity to frame him. So we really still don't know for sure. Um, so again, draw your own conclusions, do your own research on it. I think we are still kind of early here. I did prepare some of these articles of just like what's supposed to be happening today. But I do know it's pretty early for everybody, so I mean, we'll give her a few minutes to let you guys get in the door here. I probably should. I don't know if I forgot to post in the fucking group. That's what I did too, because the notifications don't always go off, and a couple people I've seen in the comments now saying that they're not getting the notifications anymore, so they had to come find me directly. So I mean, we know that happens from time to time, and it is what it is. I think I posted to Twitter, but then I got distracted and I didn't end up doing it to the group. So let me just remind the group here too that we are here, we are live. But it is a weird time than when we are usually on, and it is early, and fuck, I get it. And I don't think anything's really starting just yet. And even if it has, like, there's not really too much I think that they're gonna let us see. I'm gonna be looking up to see if there's any live feeds showing like the outside or whatever's going on in and around. But I think that for the most part, they wanted to seal and try to contain what's going on here with the case. Sorry, one second, guys. Let me just shoot this off quick here. I usually try to give a little heads up on this too, but it's been a whole month, guys, like for real, right? When I think that things are starting to balance out and get a little mellow for a minute, things just pop off. I don't know. I did a little update. You guys, like all you guys, a lot of you guys are asking about some of these different projects and when the next episodes are coming on, and some of you guys were showing some concern because I kind of dropped off for a minute there and just hadn't really given too much of an explanation, but I did do an update over on Patreon about kind of what's going on and why. But we are circling back, and we're going to start getting things caught up again and get back on track. But you know, it's never a dull moment when you're doing this kind of thing, that's for sure. In the way some people can like turn on a dime, you know. Crazy, like I I don't know. I guess it's the same kind of pattern, so I've seen it so many times over. You know, I should just expect it by now from certain people. I don't know. I don't know, but it's been a wild ride. It's been a wild ride, and we're gonna make the most of it, and we're gonna salvage it for what we can. And we will just keep on keeping on. Yeah, his music says it all. I mean, I think for the most part, people are leaning towards that. Yeah, that this was, yeah, that he had a part in it, one way or the other. I think the question at this point is more of like if he had help, who else might have been involved. Why there was no oversight? Because I guess it was the manager that was renting the property, and then he was just having this kid over, you know what I mean? Like, so at some point there had to have been some other adultier adult that was overseeing the situation that probably recognized that should have recognized that there was something going on, you know, aside from just the other day there we were checking out that the statement made by one of his former friends. And like even them, they were adults. They were all adults. Somebody should have probably said something. Somebody, you know, it's the amount of people that had to turn a blind eye for this to even be happening, let alone it get to the point that it did. Like just their interactions and him sneaking her around, him being able to get her on international flights and stuff as a child, which to me kind of suggests the family was in on it, because I believe you do need to have parents' permission to take a child out of the country. Even over the border, like over state lines, I believe. Maybe not. I could be wrong, but I know that with Canada, to take a kid out of the country, you got to have parents' permission. So, and they got to have a passport, and they got to have all this stuff, right? So, anyways, let me go ahead and we'll catch up on some of this these articles here, and then I'll do a quick search and just see if there's any video feeds or anything else coming out that we can touch on here, but it'll only just be beginning. I think for the first little bit, we're kind of just going to be chit-chatting and killing some time because, like I said, there's not going to really be too much happening until they make their decision. And I guess for today, really, they're just going to be looking at if there's enough evidence for a trial to proceed. So this isn't even an actual trial. This is just a preliminary thing, which, I don't know. If this isn't enough evidence to go to trial, then I don't know what more you need with, you know, with everything, all his purchases, him having Ubered her there that night, Uh, you know, the items he had purchased, his behavior about certain things, the cryptic nighttime video where he was like waving at a warehouse and waving at a motel, and it was all very weird. And I guess she had been partially frozen. She was still partially frozen when they found her. Apparently, allegedly, I don't know. You can't be so for sure about what some of the stuff is that comes out in the media. But that suggested to me, ages ago, months ago, and then when I saw that video, like I kind of had this inkling that that I don't think she was meant to be found yet. I think that he had other plans for her. I think there was supposed to be a whole thing. Because he seemed very ceremonial and creative about everything he was doing. Like, even though it was morbid, he was creative about it, right? So my opinion, I think that he was betrayed, that one of his people went and collected her and put her in the car and then left it to be found. Meanwhile, he's going to get he's trying to set up his tour and stuff. And the whole fact that the tour is set up months prior, like all this time prior, and then the album and stuff, there was all these plans ahead of time, even before she would have been killed, right? So and then he already had this funeral thing, like the whole funeral theme for his tour. At all the venues, he had like a casket and a whole funeral set up, like so that the attendees could come and pay respects to lost loved ones or something. It was supposed to be like this theme. But that says something to me also, that's also saying something to me. So anyways, let me go ahead. We'll start going into it. I mean, yeah, we're just a little group here, little early morning birdies here. But I appreciate you guys for making it, because I guess you guys aren't Mandela, you're not you don't see the fucking it happens from time to time with the notifications. Sometimes when you're talking about a lot of sensitive topics, they'll put you in the corner for a minute. That's okay. That's fine. We're still here after all this time. The amount of times, it's not my first rodeo. It's the same kind of thing all the time. But that's why I've got the group too, though. So if you guys, if you're not in the Telegram group, it's Eyes Wide Open group in the description there. You can jump in there, and I was a little slow on it this morning because I'm not usually doing a stream this early in the morning. I had to get up, get the coffee going, so I did forget to post it in the group, but we're there now. It's fine. But usually, I'll post in the group, so then you guys will get that notification, at least if you're not getting the other ones. But it is what it is. Yeah, me too. I can't wait till it all comes out. Black Owl, I agree. I think that people need to know more about what's actually happening with this case. I think they're being hush-hush about it in certain aspects because of what it suggests, just in general, with everything we've been finding out with the files, with the Diddy, with the Instagram. Here, actually, I think this still works. I always forget that I set these up. Maybe it's this. Hold on. Aha, yeah, there you go. Right there, buddy guy. It's Eyes Wide Open group. Yeah, so if you get in there, I post other stuff too, like just different stuff. I've been trying to post more in there and more on the Patreon and stuff and be a little more balancing all that stuff out and providing more I don't know, just more stuff about the great big elephant in the room. It's all relative in a sense, and some stuff outside of my own body of work. But anyways, all right. So the highly anticipated preliminary hearing for singer David, who is facing several charges in the death of a teenage girl, is set to get underway in Los Angeles on Tuesday. That's today. During the key hearing, which is expected to last 3 to 7 days, prosecutors will present their evidence and testimony in court. Here, let's make this a little bigger. Holy fuck. I'm gonna get glasses again. Ugh. My eyes. Better for you guys to see too, though, I'm sure. Last 3 to 7 days, prosecutors will present their evidence and testimony in court for the first time as they seek to establish probable cause. Because it's on the further screen too. I've got it up on the other screen, so then whatever. I'm not getting old. You're old. I'm just playing. But anyway, yeah. I think this is better anyways, because for you guys, some people are watching it on TV too. It's a little tinier to be able to see the full thing. So it's for all of us and all our eyes, everybody's eyes. They seek to establish probable cause. The burden of proof prosecutors must establish is lower at a preliminary hearing. Once it's all laid out, a judge will decide if there's enough to proceed to trial. His real name is David Burke, and he's accused of murdering Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was found in his Tesla in a Hollywood tow yard in September of 2025. It's okay. We're all getting there. If we're not already there yet, we're getting there. It's okay. Join the club. No worries. Oh, you got there right on, Mandela. Yeah, on Twitter and stuff. I'll post on Twitter sometimes too. I've been trying to do that a little more. Like, it's just I was still kind of figuring out exactly which platforms I wanted to like stay tuned into, because I don't like Insta or Facebook or like Snap, none of those. I kind of always liked Twitter, but I've been kind of rebuilding since the C1984 incident. Had to start over on Twitter. Uh, but yeah, the group, the Eyes Wide Open group is good. Yeah, and on the phones too, so you guys can see it a little better. It's probably even more micro. Yeah, here we can go even a little bigger. How's that? Is that a little better for you guys? Um, but yeah, either the Twitter or the Eyes Wide Open group has kind of been the main thing, and then like I said, I have been starting to post some more stuff. I've got a few articles on the go, I think, for the Patreon. The Siders thing, the 16 kids, I ended up getting a strike for the first time in a long time on that, which is really strange. Um, I don't know, I maybe was saying too much for that too. It seems I'm always saying too much for certain things because it's definitely fair use. There was definitely nothing and they misidentified the clip, like the clip they were trying to claim on, because initially they had just put it in as a claim, which is normal. That happens from time to time, and you just deal with that, right? But they put the claim at first, and they were claiming on the wrong clip. Like the title of the clip, it was different. So, and like any of these news clips talking about a case like that, like they're sharing images of the arraignment, of the court trial thing, of some of the external whatever, like all of them are showing a lot of the same stuff anyways, right? Because that's what it is. They're reporting on the same thing. A lot of the material is going to be the same, right? So it's a very weird and whatever, it'll go through the process. It should be fine. Probably, like, I think it's actually tomorrow I should find out what's going on with that, if they're gonna like sue me for it or not, which I can't see that happening because it does fit fair use, but obviously they're trying to make a point and get me to not talk about it. So anyway, I did download the other video, and then when that one comes back, I'm going to download it and probably just get rid of it over here and put that on Patreon as well. But I have been working on a little article to go with that of more of the stuff that's come out about it since. So I haven't just totally dropped off on that, but and just another way though that sometimes they will try to manipulate the narrative in such a way. So that was another thing I kind of been dealing with, because it is a little bit of a uh unsettling. And I'm not going to go into the whole thing right here right now, but it feels like a bit of a message in a sense for some of the other things that I don't know. But same as with this case, like I said, that weird things happen sometimes when I get covering certain things and saying certain things. So hopefully that's all good, because I mean, I can't really see that going any further, because like I said, it's fully a fair use thing. Obviously it's mixed media. We're discussing in between. It's in all the ways of the same way that it's fair use for anybody else to be doing it, So anyways, let's continue. We'll continue with this. But yeah, some of you guys were asking about that too, why those videos weren't there anymore and why I hadn't followed up on it yet. But yeah, I'm kind of just waiting to see whether or not it's going to be a bigger deal or not, which I hope not. And I don't think it will be, because like why? Like the original videos, they've got like millions of views, and my video had like 1,500 views. So it's not like it was a impact on the market of the original works or anything by any means. It wasn't serving as a substitute. Like in all the ways that the complying with fair use, it fit that. So I guess we'll know by tomorrow or the end of tomorrow. I don't know. I think by then that's the time. I think that is it. Tomorrow or the next day. I don't know. I'll have to double check. But anyways, so I don't know if I even want to play this clip right now. I don't know if it was, I don't think it was ABC though, actually, so it's probably fine, but I maybe just won't for now, because I just don't want to ruffle any more feathers for the time being. Yeah, it is, Mandela, the Siders case. It's hard to tell who's the victim. Well, I obviously from the get-go was asserting that I believed Elizabeth is a victim. And I don't know, from some of the stuff, the way the town is acting, it seems a little weird. Like at first they're saying, oh, they didn't know there was kids, but oh yeah, they'd seen him around and they just thought, oh, whatever, they were playing outside, or you know, they were dirty because they play outside a lot or whatever. Like there was all these different contradicting things coming out, and then I guess now nobody's talking at all now. Nobody's talking to media at all now. Um, so, and maybe they're just getting tired of it because there's this little town and it caused all this ruckus. Who knows? But yeah, that is a strange case. There's some weird stuff going on there that you know, if they're going out of their, you know, some companies going out of its way to silence, you know, certain people about it for saying certain things about it, it just kind of makes it even more suspicious, in my opinion. Yeah, well, and apparently she was pregnant since she was 13. She was originally pregnant at 13, and there was still no real clear. Uh, it's unclear who the father of that child would have been. But from how it seems, there might have been abuse happening in the home, and then that's why she was so willing to run away to these neighbors, and with Gary, right? Um, but then there's no record of what happened to that child, because that child would have been 20, and the oldest one at the moment is 18. But then, yeah, even without that, we do know for sure, like back to back, basically, since she was 15 years old, and without proper medical care, without sanitary conditions to be able to raise a child, obviously not being given enough resources to raise that many children. I feel like she was doing the best she could, and probably the only reason that many of them had survived, it was because of the mom, because of Elizabeth. Um, but obviously getting no help and not given enough funds to do so, that I guess she was visiting the baby bank to get supplies all the time, and they were buying a lot of vegetable oil and like sugar water, stuff like that, that like if you're just trying to sustain and stave off starvation, those are vegetable oils, a very heavy calorie, like 1 teaspoon's like 120 calories or some shit like that. So to mix that with some sugar and water, like for a lot of them, probably was their diet for the younger ones, which is really fucked up. Um, yeah, yeah, and in my opinion, there was something more going on there that seemed more likely to me that it was some kind of child harm material factory. Unfortunately, but and maybe that's what they don't want people talking about. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I it's it's a really sick, sad world we live in, and I think we need to be able to talk about this stuff and the fact that uh some people are still being actively silenced for talking about it in a meaningful way, and to be able to educate people on what kind of signs and indicators to look for. Because from what all the people were saying, there was all the indicators that she was probably a victim. All the same kind of behaviors going into some of these stores as trafficking victims, basically. So, in my opinion, there was something really fucked up going on there. Definitely, hey Skunky, for sure, total red flag, total red flag. Anyways, David was arrested 7 months after her body was discovered. He's been held without bail since. They allege that he and Celeste had began their relationship in 2023 when he was 18 and she was 13, and that she was threatening to expose their relationship and ruin his career if he would not be exclusive to her, which is probably also possible too. I mean, many truths could be happening simultaneously, and perhaps at this time he was still kind of waiting to decide, you know, if this was fulfilling a fantasy, that he was maybe still waiting to decide who that would be. And I guess if she was causing a bit of a ruckus, you know, that maybe this would be why, perhaps. Partly why, but I think there was a lot more going on with that. And he was apparently, allegedly, according to some of the other people within the group and that had been following him for a while, that he had been interacting with other girls her age. And this obviously was where, you know, and other girls that were adults too, that he was streaming with and doing other stuff with. But then this is where there's the problem, because if there was all these adult women and his friends, all these people around, somebody knew something weird was going on and nobody was saying nothing. So that was a fucking problem. Like, this all could have been prevented. And with the way it looks, with, you know, that the parents may have been complicit, seemingly complicit to an extent, but maybe not. I don't know. Only they know for sure. But I still don't understand how she was able to be taken out of the country without the parental knowledge. So that's a whole other thing, though. As tickets for his world tour were set to go on sale, it's alleged that the romantic homicide, like right there, like that should say enough. Ordered an Uber that brought her to his Hollywood Hills home rental on April 23rd, 2025. In a 9-page brief filed days after his arrest, that was the last time she was seen alive, according to prosecutors. They also referenced text messages between them that contained references to interactions, various adult interactions. Um, some people believe she may have actually been carrying a child at the time as well, and that might have also been a reason that she was refusing to uh, do something about it, that she wasn't wanting to get rid of it. So that may have been, because that would have obviously, the truth would have come out sooner than later, whether she would tell it or not, Court documents also reference text messages. Sorry. They say that in the days after the alleged murder, he ordered 2 chainsaws, a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool that they say was used to contain her. As he, yeah, you guys can read. He's pled guilty to not guilty to all charges that include the first-degree murder, and the unlawful interactions with a child. They have not yet decided if they'll seek the death penalty. Much of the evidence investigators gathered before ultimately arresting Burke hasn't been made public, but much of it may come out during this week's hearing. I mean, a lot of it's public already. A lot of people have been covering this and seeing a lot of what the stuff is happening, and the stuff that we've just talked about too. There's a lot of stuff out there anyways. He made it all very public. This is the thing, is now that we have such an online generations that are raised online, completely online, they live their whole life out online, and this kid was leaving breadcrumbs everywhere about it. So, I mean, if it wasn't him, he definitely was setting himself up to be framed in a big way. And I find it hard to believe that it wasn't him anyways. But hey, Candy, you heard an older man tell a young boy the other day that the girl would let anyone have a ride. It was shocking. It was like some perverted advert in the guise of gossip. Yeah. Well, and a lot of times with that situation, that kind of situation, there's prior harms or trespasses that have happened in the home, and then that's why they're a little more on the promiscuous side, which, I think that we need to kind of reform the way that we look at these things. What was it? I heard one of these TikTokers, or I think it was a TikToker that had said it, that no little girl is too fast, or no little girl is fast enough to catch a man that's not a predator, or to catch someone that's not a predator in general. Because, I mean, we got female teachers out there doing some pretty awful shit, too. But so no matter what, though, even if they might be putting themselves out there in that way, or feeling that that's how they have to be able to get the attention that they're maybe not getting at home, or whatever the situation might be, it obviously is still up to that adult to make the right decision and not pursue that, regardless of how fast that kid is running at you. Fucking no is no, it's illegal, stay away. There shouldn't even be those interactions. And I think the fact that he had access to so many kids, because he basically made his way by making Fortnite compilations, and he started getting in trouble for using other people's music on it, so he started making his own music to go with these Fortnite compilations. And so that was automatically gaining him a predominantly child audience. Which, that whole Fortnite, Roblox, all these kids games that allow people to interact, I think are just dangerous in general, and probably just need to not happen. This is where he had met her, was on one of these games. This is where, these different cults that are happening, these harm and trespass cults that are forcing kids to do awful things to themselves on video, blackmailing them and doing things to get them to do worse things, to eventually some of them taking their own lives. There are some fucking cyber terrorist type cults that go on these games to prey on kids, and I think that everybody needs to be aware of that and be cautious, be assertive, and pay as much attention as you can to what your kids are doing online, or grandkids, what have you. Former federal prosecutor Niyama Ramani said one category is video evidence. Yeah, there's, I guess, a ton of that. According to court documents, prosecutors' evidence includes surveillance video that shows he was the last person to drive his Tesla. So there you go. Maybe not then. Maybe, I don't know. Well, that still doesn't prove that he was actually the last person to have access to it. He maybe was the last one to drive it, but again, it was just sitting there for weeks, and then he was gone or whatever, and then people had noticed it was just sitting there. It got to the tow yard, but then it started to smell in the tow yard. So, and if she had been frozen, it would take time, obviously, for that for it to thaw out and for there to start to be any kind of smell or any, so that bought whoever some time in between. So who knows exactly, like, unless they've got actual footage of when exactly she was put into the vehicle, we still don't know for sure. Um, the home that David rented in Hollywood Hills apparently has cameras. Cooperator testimony is another category of evidence that Romani expects to emerge during hearing. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman convened a grand jury, not to indict David, but to put in witnesses. So I expect some of them that testified before that grand jury were friends, members of his inner circle. Probably like this girl from the other day with her statement, and then some of the people she was mentioning, all those people at the party that she seemed to be more upset about getting kicked out of than the fact that all of them were close friends with this guy. Asked about the strength of the prosecution's case, Ronnie said that the evidence already made public appears compelling. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's a very strong case for the prosecution and one that will be very difficult for the defense to overcome. Absolutely. I guess the medical examiner wants more transparency and is pushing to have more of the filings, the examination allowed to be viewed by the public, but for whatever reason, they are being very, like, I don't know. They've still been kind of trying to, like, cover some parts of it up, which I guess it's hard because it's such a public case, because there is so much public information that they do have to do their own due diligence in such a way to keep things, to protect the investigation, and to keep things as fair as possible so that they can allow for a fair trial. Because at the end of the day, they do things a certain way for a reason. But yeah, let me catch up with you guys here for a moment. That's fair enough. The Rose knows it all. It's not even that it's a new thing. It's always been happening. It's just more happening in public now in broad daylight. When people are more it's like people are desensitized. Like we live in such a hyper sexualized society now that people don't think much of it anymore or think to say anything anymore when they know something's wrong, because it's like they want to mind their own business, or they're so worried about how they're going to be perceived online or some shit like that, right? Um yeah, people were always sick. It's just that it's more clear now because exactly, yeah, and because people are putting their lives out on the main stage, the streaming, doing the live in real life live stream stuff like that, where they're just like showing everything all the time, right? And a lot of the time, all those people are just a character. Like most of them aren't the actual person in real life that they are on their live streams and stuff like that. And like that's why, this is why I kind of try to just stay to myself most of the time. I just got my little handful of people that I get along with, and for a few years now, had my same little group of people, and it does seem that a lot of people are they're not the people that they present themselves as online, in such a way. It's something that reveals themselves eventually, because people can only mask for so long, and it's weird. It seems weird to me that, I mean, I get if you're playing a character for a skit or like for a thing, a movie or a show, or that's kind of a different thing. You're playing a character, but some people are literally playing a character that is themselves, but it's not themselves, and I've always felt that was kind of weird. I mean, I guess there's, you can have your public facing persona versus how you'd speak to your friends in private is maybe a little different, but some people it's drastically different, and it's weird. People are weird, and it's just what it is. But yeah, you gotta be straight up with your kids too about why, that it's not that you're trying to be unfair or that you're trying to stop them from hanging out with their friends online. That, oh, all your friends are doing it, so you should be able to do it too. Like, I think to be upfront that just there's some weird people out there that I don't know, you have to kind of think about how to say it in such a way so you're not traumatizing them by just saying it, by just getting them, getting them in the know. But I think it's important to have those conversations, because it's like, it's way beyond stranger danger now, like now that we literally got people, we got apps where you can basically order up somebody on an app, like food, you know what I mean? Like a food delivery. They're like on the Tinder or Bumble or whatever this fucking apps are. It's so fucking, it's degrading. It's so degrading. But that's the way it is now, so I think it's so natural for kids to be like, oh yeah, we're friends online, and yeah, we're gonna meet up, and I'm like, no, you gotta be careful. You never know who's on the other side of that shit, and especially now with AI and face rigs and all this stuff, like it's fucking dangerous out there. And if you don't know enough too, I think it's more important too to become more computer literate. Like a lot of people just don't really bother with it so much, but you kind of have to now to be aware enough to know where to look and what to be alert, like what to be staying alert for, to be able to protect them, because whether you like it or not, we live in a digital world, and that's where everybody is, so you can't really avoid it completely. And the best you can do is learn as much as you can about it, and arm them with as much knowledge as possible to protect themselves when it comes down to it. Anyway, so the autopsy reports rarely come with barbed comments, so eyebrows rose when the autopsy results of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas were released with a statement from the LA County Chief Medical Examiner saying it was unfathomable. Her grandparents had to wait months to learn how she had died. She had been taken apart, so that made it a lot more difficult for them to determine the actual ultimate cause. And it had been sealed by court order in the investigation that led to charges, because they were still investigating, which made sense. But I guess stuff was being leaked too, so that was causing some concern and some frustration for some of the investigators, so that was an issue. I don't think people were supposed to know that she had been partially frozen, but I mean, once it's out, it's out. The report was his most pointed effort to emphasize his office's independence from police prosecutors, as well as his desires to make such a death information public as soon as possible. He has pled not guilty this week, faces a crucial preliminary hearing to determine whether there's enough evidence for a trial. The agency, which determined Celeste passed from stab wounds, plays a major role, as it has in other, which he played it out, like, I literally, months ago, I said, I bet it's with a knife, probably either in a bedroom or, in a room somewhere. Like, he had played it out in a fucking music video. And there was another music video with putting a body in a car, in a trunk. Like, so whether or not he was fully the one handling it all himself or not, like, the blueprint was there. The blueprint was all out there in the open of what he was most fascinated about. He'd even done a little cartoon about it, like a little anime type cartoon, and had this like alter ego character. It's a whole thing. Anyway, so this Ode Ukpo was responsible for the autopsy of Matthew Perry and I guess the Reiners, which is interesting. Matthew Perry thing still doesn't sit right with me, and obviously the Reiner stuff's still ongoing, which I'm going to pivot back to that very soon too. The next Reiner episode, get that to you guys sooner than later, because now it's been like a month or so and getting behind on some things. But there was another project I'd been working on in between, and yeah, that's a whole thing. But whatever. Like I said, I put some updates on Patreon and whatever. If you guys want to check it out, it's over there. I don't want to get into the whole thing. Not right now, anyways. I'm still wrapping my head around the whole situation, because it was quite disturbing for me anyway. I don't think no adults need to be having any kind of toddler temper tantrums about nothing. People really don't like the word no, and not even the no because it's not that you don't want to, but no because it's not even possible. Then to be screamed at and called selfish for finally saying no for the first time in a whole month of collaborating on a project. Sorry, I don't care who you are. We're not doing it. I'm not interested in that. Anyways, did an interview in the building that blah 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 before I had roll. Yeah, because the main guy, Ed Winters, passed a while ago too. He used to be the corner of the stars or whatever they said, that he had covered he like for decades, and some of the most prominent death cases in Hollywood was Ed Winters. And it was interesting that kind of just before the Diddy thing and all this other stuff started coming out, he passed, because he was involved in the Brittany Murphy thing, and just a handful of these deaths that all ended up being quite connected the more you looked at it. So I guess this guy's the new guy now. He's taken the place. Because I think it was 2023 that Ed Winters passed. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to double check on that. But he was always welcome to celebrity cases that LA brings, saying the scrutiny they receive and the likelihood of misinformation spreading are strong incentives to do careful, irrefutable work, and they provide an opportunity to show that his office does what his office does and what kind of dangers the community may face. I should be able to anticipate the strongest arguments or the most interesting questions by the work that I've done, he said. If I haven't, then something is missing. Life is complicated, but death is simple. Fair enough. Fair enough. Coroner people, though, like, I don't know what to think about those kind of people either. I mean, somebody has to do it, but it seems like that'd be. I mean, I guess it's the same could be said for what I do. That it's a dark job, and how would you find the balance? It's how difficult that would be. But in my opinion, the whole dealing with these cases in such an up close and personal fashion, I feel like would be much harder, much more difficult. Um. Okay, let me catch up with you guys here before we continue this next article. Uh, yeah, it takes one generation to change everything, so they're methodical and patient, knowing their agenda will happen. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Like some of the stuff happening now is like 10 years or more in the making. But the same goes with our generations now of the people that are now, I guess the digital generations where we had access to internet at some point in our early, teens or adulthood or whatever, and so now we've had the access as adults for almost as long as all these kids have, so we've seen it from a different perspective and we've seen how it's evolved and how things have become degraded over the years. And I think that there's a lot of power in our own perception of that and how we approach that and how we teach our kids about it too, like how we present that to the next generation and how we go about um, guiding them safely in the new wild west that is the internet. Because I mean, it was bad enough back in the day. We've talked about it before, like how they had sites like rotten.com and stuff, and you get all these 10-year-old boys sitting around the computer all watching this stuff and going through these websites, and it's like kind of just this event of like, well, look at this crazy stuff. But it took a long time to load and you could only see so much, so it wasn't really like as damaging, but now you can search up anything, anytime, anywhere. It's everywhere. You've got guys like this guy David, talking about it. Like some kids probably never even thought about looking at that stuff till it was suggested by somebody that they look up to. Like, whoa, it's not even just adult material out there. There's other stuff too. Like they don't even think about it. They're not even supposed to be thinking about adult material yet, let alone somebody they're looking up to saying they prefer gore over adult material. Like that's fucked up. That's a fucked up role model to have for your kids to have, and you wouldn't even know it. Like you see them playing their Fortnite and they're just out there doing their thing, playing with their friends online. You wouldn't really think much of it, but if getting connected to some of these people and ending up in some of their groups with some of the things being discussed, like they've got direct access to your kids at that point, and that's danger. That's danger zone, like in a big way, So, let me just see here. I'm gonna just double check too if there's any other updates here as we're chit chatting because it looks like we're sort of getting closer to the time. But yeah, like you kind of have to be aware. You have to be aware because it might seem harmless on the surface, but there's a lot of darkness lurking. Oh, Mackenzie Phillips, yeah, the mamas and the papas thing. That was a whole situation. That's a whole fucking thing. Um, yeah. Don't even get me started on that one. Okay, one sec. And we're gonna probably still just get this article in, but I think there might be more going on now that we can catch up with here. Uh, I don't know. Okay, well, I guess there's that. Yeah, I guess we can kind of cycle between. Still not really much to see, but so that we're prepped for when they do come out and give statements or whatever's going to happen. Give me one second here. We're going to bring this up. I'm just trying to be careful too for like when no one was here. All right, give me 2 seconds. Let's load her up on the thingy dingy here. Actually, might do it the other way because we're gonna put grain on it just to be safe. Just to be safe, because holy heck, not one thing, it's another. Okay, yeah, let me just get this set up and then we'll come back to the article as we're waiting for more things to happen here. Hold on. And I should have maybe got this going. Well, none of this was happening. I was gonna say should have got this going before I started, but yeah, it wasn't happening yet. The live things weren't up yet. It was too early. We kind of started a little extra early, but wanted to get up, get her going, and just be ready for it. You don't really know the timing sometimes how this stuff's gonna go, and just so we can get on and get caught up about it, because it's been this long ongoing thing that we haven't really covered. Been covering so much lately. Haven't done a full. I guess we kind of did with the other day with that girl statement, but as far as a full on catch up, hasn't happened yet in a while. So figured to get on and be able to do that before anything happened was a good idea. Some of you guys too, I think, haven't really been following the case, weren't aware. Some people I talked to weren't even aware that it was happening, like that this was a thing. So, oops. Okay, let's make it. For God's sakes. That's a little more. Trying to get it the right ratio here. We're not cutting it off. Alright, good enough. Guess that works. Okay. Yeah. A little bit of fuzz. Just for safe. AP I don't think is a problem, but like, I don't know. I'm just trying to avoid issues here. Okay. We'll switch back now. I just want to get it set up, and then I'm going to keep an eye for anything happening. There's really nothing happening yet. Like I said, I think I was even probably earlier than I needed to be. But all good. All good. Hey, Minus Seasons. 4:40 your time. Can't believe it. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. I guess it's like fully daytime for some of you across the pond there. It's like not too early at all. It's regular daytime. Right on. Glad we caught you at a normal time for a change. Learning about the symbolism too. It's everywhere. Yeah. Well, I think it's like, if anything, it's a little more straightforward than I think what a lot of people even think. Like, as opposed to it being like an all-seeing eye, it's more so like turning a blind eye. You know, that whole hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil mantras part of it is kind of part of it, you know. The turning the blind eye and the whole shush symbology, I think, in a way, is it's just what it is, you know. I think it's not even necessarily that they're all part of any one specific club. It's just a matter of the turning of the blind eye, you know. I guess with some of it, like in some of, like, there's the all-seeing eye and there's the all-mocking tongue. There is some other symbolism that comes to the surface, but I think all of that, like, the veil of that's starting to fall apart too. Like, more people are starting to realize, like, that most of society has been based on some of these butt boy clubs having control over a lot of these, you know, towns, little towns that become big towns and cities and all over the place, all over the world, you know. But mostly North America, I suppose. But there is different symbolism I think that we do need to be paying attention to, but I think that it doesn't necessarily fully encapsulate the true underbelly of the problem of the sadism and the narcissism and the harms and trespasses, you know? Because anybody can be party to that. People are doing that in their own homes to their own freaking kids, let alone it being, you know, abductees or whatever stuff's going on, like in with this David thing. Like, there's all kinds of sickness. And, you know, at this point, I'm kind of thinking that sadism is people that get a thrill out of physical harm. Narcissism is people getting the thrill out of emotional and psychological harm. That it's not really so much different, or that it's even so much more as complicated as they make it out to be. I think some people truly just get a thrill. They get a certain thrill causing chaos or causing harm to people, physically or otherwise. So it is sadistic. It's emotionally sadistic in a way. And maybe there is a little bit more complexity to it if you want to get to the point of actually diagnosing people. But when you look at how the whole narcissistic cult matrix we live in, and how it sort of favors and incentivizes narcissism and egotism and entitlement and this hierarchy within society of all these people that are, you know, quote unquote celebrities, but there's really nothing about them worth celebrating. You know, once you actually find out more about them, you know, like what they present and what they show you isn't always who they are either, right? There are some good books out there teaching children about what's acceptable regarding their body. Yeah. Truth reigns. Yeah, there's definitely, and I think there's, you know, more people coming out now, like kids channels and TikToks and stuff that are trying to be more assertive with being educational content in all the ways, which is great to see, because there was a lot of degradation of that too for a long time, and we'll get into all that at some point too. There's all kinds of stories to tell for even just my former life and everything that was going on before I did this, and what I'd observed and witnessed, and even just on a smaller scale versus Hollywood. It was all very adjacent, you know, in such a way. It was all very running parallel. And one sec, let me just make sure. I'm going to just mute this because the background noise is coming through. Sorry. Yeah, apparently no cameras in the courtroom, and apparently they're only letting 10 people in, and that's including press and the public, which is strange. Like, the way that they're trying to keep it contained seems very strange, because I think that being, like, I don't know, I guess they kind of have to have the balance of it being the public and the right to a fair trial thing, but I don't know, it just makes it seem more sketchy that they want to be more secretive about it. Man was once kicked out of Africa for trespassing against children, and he became the police chief of Glasgow. Oh, fuck. That's wonderful. You know, over there, they've got some issues too, 100%. Like, you know, I was just kind of more talking about the Western side of things, but it is a very big issue over there. I had seen, and I think it was in Ireland, actually, that the guy ended up going. It was either that or Scotland or something, somewhere. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was, I think it was, I don't really actually know for sure, but it was this Deliver Us from Evil, and it was about this Oliver O'Grady, I believe his name was. I'm going to just look it up. But he basically, for like all these years, had harmed thousands of kids, but ended up having a nice little retirement on the church's dime. And had no issue. It was no issue, blah, 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 whatever. He got to just go on with his life as if nothing happened. And I guess he had bounced around. They kept moving him around to other locations rather than him serving prosecution. So this is where it just allowed him for years and years and years. Oh, is it Amy Berg too? Who did that too? Isn't she the one that did the Open Secret? Okay, hold on. I gotta look this up. I saw this a long time ago, but if she's done, yeah, she did. She did the Open Secret too, and then the West of Memphis. Cool, right on. That makes sense. That makes sense. But the Deliver Us from Evil. There was another film that was made shortly after, but that it was just like some drama movie, so it was almost like it was made to try to bury this movie. But make sure it's this movie when you go look it up. And what's the other one? The Oranges and Sunshine. Oranges and Sunshine, I believe, is more about that side where they had brought kids over that were like orphans and stuff. And it was basically like slave labor, like had them out there building the temple and all this stuff in the middle of the desert with not much food and water. Now, that one that I just shared is a documentary. This one is sort of more of like a reenactment drama, whatever, but it's based on the true events. Um, okay, hold on. Yeah, it was British. Oh, this is more like the British government, I guess. But there is all kinds of stuff going on over there too. So I am privy to that too. I'm not just, I guess, to say that I'm not ignorant to the fact that it does happen everywhere all over the world. But I guess, yeah, um, primarily focusing usually on in the industry and stuff, right? But okay, I think we're all caught up anyway. All right, cool. Anyway, so we'll continue here. I guess in the text messages, she had been threatening to disclose the information, to end his career and destroy his life. His first studio album, Withered, was to be released just days after the dispute, setting in motion the horrific final hours of her life. I mean, two things can be true at the same time. Is my thing here. Like, I think there was also that, but I think that this was something he had already, like, we know this is something he'd been fantasizing and was fascinated with by for a long time. You know, we can see it in his interactions. We can see it in his videos, his music videos, right? So, um, I think that there was more to it. I think that that maybe helped make it the choice. One second, guys. Sorry. Freaking cat is always finding a way to get up into my friggin' plants. I just moved everything around because the sun's getting hotter and stuff, and had the heat waves and everything, so I moved some stuff around, and she found a new way to get up on them, and she ends up puking, and it's just gross, and I didn't want to deal with that, so got that figured out here, had to move the thing over. Um, but the industry, I think it's part of the pipeline, yeah, definitely part of the pipeline, and I think that it in some ways incentivizes certain levels of darkness because that's how you become like one of them, like it in any of these circles of wealth that their trust is more based on blackmail and what they have on each other and each other doing the same things versus it being like actual just like respect and trust between people. um there's more at stake and there's a lot more twisted stuff going on. Like the more that I look into it too, the more I'm seeing that like obviously there's poverty trauma and then, like when you look at the Siders case, like there's a whole thing there, right? But it's like different flavors and different degrees of trauma when you start working your way up the food chain there. It's when you have everything and you can buy anything and you can do whatever. I think it gives more opportunity to more creativity in the trauma. You know what I mean? Rather than it just being a neglect or starving or getting physically whatever, all these different forms of abuse. I think that you know it's a kind of a different layer, and I think that there's more of a seems to be more acceptable too in some of the groups. Like when you look at the Reiner thing and the way that he interacted with his kids and like putting his mouth on his grown son's mouth as like kissing him, and then his own dad and stuff, like the mouth kissing thing. Like there's all this stuff and the jokes they were making, all of that seemed very normal to them. But from the outside, it all seems pretty fucked up. And then you're thinking, this is what they're willing to talk about publicly. What kind of shit and what kind of jokes are they telling behind closed doors in front of their kids? Because when you think about it, like that one roast in the year 2000, all the kids were like 10 and under, or not even yet. I think Jake wasn't even 10 yet, but like they were all very young kids. And then they're making jokes about trespassing and harming kids. It's kind of fucked up. Like at that point, probably those jokes probably start hitting close to home enough that you don't want to make them anymore. But the fact that they're so comfortable making those jokes at all, you know. Okay. Anyways, the final hours. We kind of read through that. We don't really need to go into the gory details. We know that it wasn't. Yeah, we know there was more to it than just it simply being a murder. We get it. And then the text messages. I guess I'm just kind of trying to scroll to see if there's any other information we don't know already. And yeah, she'd run away a few times too, right? So then there was that period of time where she was missing, and his friends, all his friends, including that girl's statement that we were reviewing the other night, they all were aware of her and knew she existed and had seen, oh, that she was missing. Oh, she's missing. That was my friend's girlfriend or whatever. Like da 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 da. Like they were aware, and nobody said anything. Like imagine if at some point somebody had just said something that maybe she'd still be with us right now. You know, it could have just been that simple. That somebody could have just said something and intervened, and because if the parents were being complicit, then obviously they needed to be looked into too. But if the right authorities weren't being alerted to these things, or the full story isn't being told, you know. She was reported missing by family and friends on several occasions, starting in early 2024. And then she was found in the car in September of 2025. So that's like 2 years almost. That's a year and a half, almost 2 years of, or even, yeah, I guess that would be like 2 years. No, almost 2 years. But either way, like, that was a long freaking time for this to be going on and to be in and around all these friends and hanging out at this fucking mansion with all of them. Um, like that's a lot of eyes turning a blind eye. That's a lot of eyes that need to be turned blind. Blinded by the money, blinded by the fame, blinded by the opportunities, whatever it might have been. Um, but this is what I guess their main thing is that they believe that he was wanting to silence her from ruining his career. But then to go that extra mile about it, and then all the stuff within his videos and everything else, I don't know. I don't know. And I guess he kept her one finger, which is twisted, but I mean, it's like, or there was a finger missing, the one that would have had his name on it. So it's like, when you think about it though, when it's this personal, it's common for them to take trophies, and maybe also because he wouldn't want that to be discovered, because that definitely points to him in a way too. But uh, I don't know. I think he was very much more fascinated and enthralled by this stuff than what they're letting on here. Like I haven't really seen any of the news talking about it, and maybe it's because it's part of the case, and maybe I'm fucking it up here. I don't know. I don't really know. But it's all been public, and anybody who wants to look close enough can see it. Like, I'm not fucking any special investigator or anything here. So, I don't know. There's still nothing going on. I am keeping an eye on the other screen here. Um, there's still, everybody's just still setting up. They're still just dinking around. Nothing happening yet. It's still very early over there on the West Coast. Like, things will just be getting started here. On their side. So we're not missing anything. Don't worry, guys. I'm keeping an eye. I'm just kind of catching everybody up as we're waiting here. This one's saying there's new things, so I'll see what they have to say. And then I got one more article, which I think we basically have covered everything. So then we'll probably just switch back and then just discuss and see what's going on. This is the prelim to the prelim. Okay, let me catch up with you guys again, actually, here. I'm getting a little further behind again. Will Smith thing where he was kissing Jaden all the time to the point where Jaden demanded him stop, and they're talking about it in an interview like it's normal. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, weird stuff between Will Smith and the kids there, and his thing with Capo Verde, between him and Diddy and the Capo Verde island off the coast of Africa, and all the stuff with Naomi Campbell and Oprah and everything about Africa. Like, there's a whole other thing. That's a whole other rabbit hole. But yeah, Will Smith's definitely on the radar in such a way, and like I think Jaden Smith has made a lot of pretty forward statements, bold statements, maybe not directly, but like pretty forward in certain ways in his behaviors and actions over the time that there's something wrong there, for sure. And even like Willow or whatever, I think it's her name, Willow. There was stuff going on with her that she didn't want to do the whip your hair back and forth tour anymore, and she wasn't allowed to quit, so she shaved her head or whatever. I think there was a constant battle in between him wanting them to be part of the industry in such a way and them not wanting to be. Totally preventable. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Steve, no worries. No worries about late. We're super freaking early here, so you're actually right on time, technically. It looks like things are really only just getting started on the other side here. I didn't want to be late though, and I wanted to give some time to catch up and get everybody caught up on this for anybody that hadn't been following along. But this is where we're at. This is literally like the whole podium thing's not even fully set up yet. Like there's a couple early birdies here ready to go, but yeah, not too much going on at all just yet. So we're just catching it up. Yeah, yeah, it is kind of messed up. If he became a bit more famous, it would have been pastime for him. Yeah, yes, yeah, I've seen about that. The whole theory with Garth Brooks. That one's pretty weird. Spooky, spooky. Um, but yeah, no, because when you have money and you have you have the resources, it does give more opportunity to turn that kind of thing into a pastime. Like, there's no doubt about that. If he had gotten himself a yacht, then we'd be really fucking having to worry about that shit because like international waters and pretty much pick anybody up from anywhere and take them anywhere else and be out in the ocean for months at a time and nobody would know where you are. I think there's a lot of crime opportunity, especially in with the islands and like basement bunkers in their mansions and tunnel systems and all the thing, you know. Okay. Anyway, here. Let's see. I don't think this is really telling us anything new either. I think it's just kind of getting everybody up to speed still too. And I don't really we don't need to go into the gruesome detail. Um, yeah, it's kind of just a reiteration here. I just if anything else was coming up that we'd missed, I wanted to just skim through here. I think we know everything we need to know so far, though. I think you guys are all up to speed enough. I don't think really you need to know more to feel a type of way about it. Anyways, have an opinion. Your fingers aren't cooperating. You're doing fine. Typing fine. We know what you meant. It's all there. I'm not showing anything that hasn't been shown. Yeah, fair enough. Like I'm just trying to be careful because I'm obviously having enough of a rough go here with sometimes being ahead of things, more ahead than I even realize, and it gets me into trouble. You know, a little bit. So trying to just toe the line here. But here, we'll swap over. It looks like some stuff's kind of starting to happen, and I'm just gonna see what else. What else? There might be some other reports or something popping up, but I'm gonna try to just be super careful about this because fuck's sakes, this fucking Carney guy. Our prime minister is disappointing. I think I need to be careful what I say about that too, but he is disappointing. He like skipped out on the whole tariff negotiations thing the other day. He didn't even show up for it. And then I guess he just made a statement. I don't know. I'll check that out later. It doesn't really matter to you guys. Um, yeah. In my opinion, he was installed from the UK. Like, he didn't even live in Canada for the last 10 years. I don't even know who he was. But I guess he was like the governor of the Bank of the UK or whatever. I don't know, something like that. Like, his name was already on our money, some of our money or something like that. I saw something about it. Like he was nobody. I don't know. I don't even remember seeing anything about him. So he kind of just came out of the nowhere. I don't know. But that's not even it's not even the thing today. We're not actually going to that today. It's a whole other thing. But he's kind of been in, and we're on fire. Or like the whole thing's on fire because the last however many years, like 5 years since 2019, they've cut the funding for the fire control and prevention services. They cut it by over 50%, the funding, and then we're all wondering why everything's on fire right now. But I'm kind of thinking that the hot spots of where these fires have started is where they're trying to fight environmentalists to put data centers. Because if there's no environment to protect anymore, if it's all burnt down, I mean, I think that makes it a little easier for them, maybe, possibly, allegedly. I don't know. We're speculating. I don't know anything for sure. You're getting paranoid now. I gotta just be careful of everything I fucking say. I say too much all the time. Sure. Yeah, I think this is really it. I'm gonna just okay, hold on. Or if there's anybody like live tweeting, or, you know, sure there's some more information coming out somewhere here. I wonder if this guy. He hasn't said anything yet. There's a couple of like the private investigator guys and some of these people on Twitter that are following this stuff. I guess it'll begin at 9:30 a.m. PST. These guys talking. Yeah, we'll see what they have to say. Hold on. I don't know if we'll really be able to hear them though, because I think the mics are over there. Try to turn it up. Oh, it's as tall as it goes. Yeah, I guess they're just like other news people setting up.
So we'll take turns because I brought her so that she can also stand in here. Yeah. Wait, I just stand here and wait. Actually, yeah. You know what? You can chill here. Yeah. This is our tripod. And then the other ones aren't. The other ones aren't. Yeah. This is something else. Yeah. People are doing the same thing we do. Yeah, yeah. As long as nobody moves you out the way. Okay. If they ask, I'm like, yeah, this is the DA's media camera. We're gonna go grab some equipment. So just you can sit there.
Yeah, I guess the 3-hour difference, I've got a little bit of the advantage, like being super early, but it's still like it's early for them, but it's not over here for me. It's like noon. I guess in like 10 minutes it's supposed to begin. But then we'll probably have to wait to hear too much about it. No phones or live tweeting. There will be intermittent videos and updates. Able to step out of the courtroom. They're making people put their phones in Faraday bags. Like, so they're being very strict about anything getting out to the public about this. That's really sketchy. That's kind of weird. That seems weird. I mean, I guess, like, for security purposes, perhaps, but I don't know. See if there are any other updates here, but I think we're kind of just going to be waiting here at this rate. Where is this other guy? Hold on. There. Yeah. I guess everybody's still just not fully getting going just yet. Right. Oh yeah. Oh, this guy with the reporter hair. Do you guys remember? Yeah, he was fun. He was a good guy. We liked him. But we'll go with this guy. See what he has to say if he says anything. Switch her around here.
It's connected. So, that's the homie. I was in San Francisco. I didn't catch his fight, but I took like the first vacation I've had in ages.
Okay, this guy, the Mark the Shark. He's you guys should follow him. 1 second, I'm gonna grab his thing here. He's a funny guy. He's like doing it independent, but he's doing it the right way. Like, he shows up with his setup. He's got his reporter hair on. Like, he's very presentable. It's this guy.
I went to San Fran for like
I guess
3
he's
days.
Interviewing.
Last week. How was it? It was good. I've never been before.
He's interviewing this guy, but this is the guy on the right side here. And he seems to be a nice guy. He's like right in there. He's jumped on some of this stuff and been doing some really good reporting. So we'll flip around and see what he has to say here. And we've got just, you know, waiting for this shit to happen. But,
So I've never been to the Bay. It was beautiful, honestly. I really liked it up there. The thing is, Ross a witness.
Are you a witness?
I mean, I'm
Are
a
you
witness.
the surprise witness?
Listen, I'm down. Like,
If Ross the surprise witness, I might have to change the thumbnail.
if Beth needs some help, I'm ready to tap in, but I don't really witness anything. All I've witnessed is, you know, David trying to take my video down today. They're saying Ross taught me everything about Young Thug, man. You need to tap in with the Lil Durk trial, obviously. I just went to the Lil Durk trial at the federal courthouse, which is like, I think it's like 2 blocks over or 1 block over. Yeah, it was just when I got there. It was like last week when I went to that trial. But he's got the same lawyer. He's got you know, he's got Drew Findling and he's got Brian Steele, the super lawyers that helped get Young Thug off. So it's looking a lot better for Lil Durk than it was previously, because it was looking pretty dire for him for a while.
they're talking about the David thing. They're talking about a different case.
Better for you. After the court.
About the lottery, it had something else about there. It was
We'll just skip ahead here. Okay, just a little bit of a different angle, just see what else is going on. Basically the same. Whichever. But this Merc the shark guy's cool. What do you mean, Candy? Took a screenshot of the name and YouTube said they detected it. That's weird. Maybe they're picking it up because it's a link within YouTube or whatever. But you should be able to just click over. It should link you to it. Link you to them. Trap Ross. Okay. Yeah, I guess really a lot of this is just gonna be waiting, guys. So I do apologize, but we'll chat here and discuss more as we go. They're making it really difficult to be able to report on it in any sense, you know, for the way that they're going about it, you know, with everybody has to put their phones in the Faraday bags. They're only allowing so many people in. That's including the media and the public. And I'm guessing a lot of these people going in right now are trying to get into the thing. So we'll see how many people even make it past there, you know?
Big camera or small?
But have you guys, I guess, like, for you guys overseas, minus seasons, everybody, have you guys heard much about this? Because I know some people, like, they haven't even heard about this. It's, like, until more recently, you know, and it's been this ongoing thing for, like, over a year. So I think it's crazy how much they've been able to kind of keep it hush-hush for how much of a public-facing thing it's been. What do you mean? in the UK, there will no longer be a jury for sentences 3 years and under. What, like, so not bothering with any kind of jury? Just they go through the trial, and the judge just decides? Let me just check. I hear what they're saying. I guess it's a public lottery too. With the people that entered on the media list, they're doing it lottery style, so can't really be sure even who's going to be there. Like, I know a few people that are outside the courtroom that had planned to either do live tweeting or do some reporting on it, but a lot of them aren't even sure if they're going to be able to get in. A lot of people are kind of just waiting to see. Which I'm guessing this guy probably is going through the same process, because he seems to know. He was doing everything pretty good by the books the last time we seen this guy. Like, getting himself in the right line and going to the right place to do the media thing, so. And for being a winging it, kind of seeming to be winging it at first, in the first while there, he's done a great job. And I think, you know, support independent media in whatever way you can. Yeah, no, that is really scary. Well, and especially now that they're making so many things a crime, like, just to do with free speech and, the people, the way they're talking with the government and stuff, like, they're really coming heavy on that. And a lot of those charges would be, like, a 3 years or under because of what they are. So to be put in through a system that's incentive would be to silence you is not a fair trial by any means. And hey, Denise, good to see you. Haven't heard much about it here in the UK, to be honest. Yeah. But they traveled, like, that's the thing, though, is they traveled to London. Like, he had brought her to London, and he brought her around. So, like, kind of surprised that they're not talking about it more in other places. Yeah, that's frightening. And, like, Canada is within the British Commonwealth, so anything going on there, it's like, we gotta be alert, because that shit's very, very likely to be happening here at some point, or something similar to it, you know? But, I mean, they kind of figured out what their limits were with the whole 2020 thing, the amount of people that complied and just, like, bent the knee and were happily gagged, masked and gagged, or whatever, you know? Masked literally and gagged figuratively. Like, that whole situation was messed up, but it showed, it was like, that was almost like the test run, like, whatever comes next is gonna be worse. And if anything, yeah, we were the perfect subjects of testing their facial recognition software for partial facial recognition. And then you got all these flock cameras going up and all these data centers. The data centers are probably more so to contain all the surveillance stuff, more so even than the chat GPT stuff. It's all just data. A lot of it's just data. Like, you can only load so much on there, so what the fuck is how is that any different than any other platform and people loading stuff to it? So you shouldn't need these whole big extra data centers anyways. And just because they're saying they're AI data centers doesn't mean they really have anything to do with the AI platforms in the way that most people would think, you know? It means they're kind of governed and managed by AI. Like, everything's AI now, right? So, yeah, let me mute this. It's all AI now, right? So, like, what actual data... It's like they're preemptively having these data storage centers set up so that the mass surveillance systems have somewhere to contract and store their stuff in the cloud, you know? Especially more like high-end 4K video, like, that stuff stacks fast. And, like, storage in general, because of all the AI, because of the way stuff's advancing, storage in general has gone up so fucking much. Like, I'm so lucky that I bought an upgraded drive for the archives, like, to keep backing stuff up, because it's growing over time, so I've needed to get more space. I'd upgraded to a 16 terabyte a couple years ago, like, right before things started going crazy. And even then, it was pretty pricey. I think it was a few $100s. But now, for that same one, to get that same one now is over $1,000, or close to $1,000, depending where you get it from, which company or whatever, right? So I think already, oh, this is still making noise. Hold on. I think already like that race for more storage is going to be, it'll hit a peak at some point before it becomes cheap again. Because, you know, when they first started coming out with like 100 gigabyte cards or whatever for your digital camera, that was a big deal and they were expensive. And eventually it came down again. So I don't know, hopefully, but I mean, I don't know. The data centers, I've got some different feelings about that and what's all going on with that and why. Yeah, and they make it hard. They make it hard to trust the systems. Well, and there's that too. Yeah, the meta glasses and all that stuff going way too far. And then and then the whole AI thing with people making content, AI content, harmful and violating content of people without their consent. It's the whole thing. Yeah, they have, yeah, there's like clothing or there's like sprays you can get to your face that obstructs camera view. There's like different stuff coming out now to be anti facial recognition, or just certain styles of the way that people are doing makeup, I guess, can throw it off. Like there's already some really weird futuristic shit coming out to and all those people probably, you know, people think they're crazy right now, maybe some people do, but it's not gonna look so crazy when you know. But you do see a lot of pushback with people around taking down the flock cameras. There is a lot of that, which, you know, I obviously can't say that I condone any violence or crimes of any kind, but obviously people are upset. Obviously people don't want them. And who decided? Like, it seems like it's just it's above the government, obviously, because it wasn't anything anybody voted on. Like, these are just these mega corporations that just decide and just do things, and nobody really has a choice. And that's kind of how it's always been, though. Like, the idea of democracy, I feel, in a lot of ways, is just an illusion of choice in such a way that at the end of the day, they're all just meat puppets, and it's the mega corporations that are lobbying for them that pull the strings. You know, whoever's supporting their campaigns is who they're going to bend to. They don't care about the, you know, they're going to care more about the money than they are about the people in most cases, unfortunately. Because we've seen that. We've seen that time over time. So that's not even just any one specific government. That's just the way it is, seems like, in most places. Passing on the baton of the corruption. Well, I mean, in some ways, like the internet and the technology has dismantled or at least caused reforms of some of these different technologies and companies and stuff over time. Like, they definitely have to evolve just as quick. Live in Scotland and you see all this show pony pish show. Let's show pony pish. Kind of disturbing. We last seen, yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Well, I mean, even here, they don't take too kindly to chomos in the prison systems, but they kind of protect them. Instead, they're like, oh yeah, they might not be safe in Gen Pop, so we're gonna go put them in their nice little cushy, segregated, solitary cell or whatever, which is kind of weird. Like, why wouldn't you just let the chips fall as they may? You know, if even the hardened criminals aren't taking kindly to them, that probably should say something to people. You know. East is a small world, but big problems, yeah. Well, I think systematically and historically, though, I think with Ireland and the Scottish, there's kind of always been, it's like like a lot of brutality and a lot of mistreatment over time by the British colonies, the Empire or whatever. I think when you go way back and you look at like Prima Nocta and all this stuff and why they had to fight for independence, and you know, that's a whole thing too. It goes way back of you know, so I think that there is that resilience. As much as there is darkness too all over there, there is a different kind of resilience amongst the Scottish and the Irish, the Welsh, you know. Like, to take on an army that has swords and shields and all this stuff, ranged weapons, and for you to mostly have rocks and sticks and stuff because they wouldn't allow them to have iron weapons. You know, I think they put on a pretty good show there, pretty good fight. So, because like I'm half Mexican, but my other side is Scottish, Welsh, Irish. So, you know, I got some pride there too, and I can see some of the positives that come out of that, or that are part of that history. But the whole like the famine, the famine, the Irish famine, the potato famine, or whatever, uh, that whole thing was nonsense for what they presented it as and what actually happened. And I feel like that's kind of what's happening now. Like they're really pushing for people to have to be on the lab meats and whatever GMOs and stuff because they're making real food way too expensive. Like you really got to know how to work a sale and like cook for real. Like we got to adopt some depression era ways of doing things because otherwise people are starving. They just don't know what to do about it. They're, you know, I think there's too much of a loss of knowing how to take care of oneself. People just don't know how anymore. How to ration, how to budget, how to, you know, still be able to eat well but without breaking the bank, you know. It's a delicate process. But you got to be willing to do it, I guess, too, because it does take some time. But I'm big into that already, like doing the batch cooking and being able to spread stuff as far as you can with, you know, putting different ingredients in it. Like I'm like making my own burgers kind of thing, but then I'll chop up some onions and mushrooms and some different stuff, like stuff you'd like on a burger, and put it in with the meat. So it bulks it up a little more. You get a nice thicker patty and juicier. It's kind of good anyway. It's better for you anyway. Probably nutrition style, like all the nutrients and stuff. But stuff like that, I think, because people are like, how am I supposed to feed a family with, like, fuck, there's burgers, da da da. Like, I seen somebody freaking out about the cost of the ground beef or whatever. It's like, well, if you make it yourself and you know, you're not trying to buy the pre-made beef burgers, like the pre-made burgers, and you make them yourself and you add some extra stuff, you can make it go a lot further. And people are getting upset about that. Like, they want their convenience for cheap still. Well, because it used to be the convenience and fast food and all that used to be cheaper than doing it yourself. Well, it's shifted now. Now it's cheaper to go back to the old way of doing things and cooking yourself and, you know, doing big batches of stuff. Like when stuff goes on sale and then make a big batch and freeze stuff. Like I'll make a big spaghetti sauce and then I'll have some in the fridge, but then for most of it, I put it in freezer bags and file it away, you know. And if you got 2 or 3 different things on the go, you're not eating too much of the same thing all at once. It's like you can freeze shepherd's pie, you can freeze lasagna, you can freeze anything. You can pretty much freeze anything, so, and then make it last longer that way too, because sometimes people are like, well, all these leftovers, and it ends up going bad and they end up throwing out a bunch of shit. But if you plan to have the portion that's going to be eaten right away and then to just freeze a bunch of it and rotate dishes in such a way. You still buy milk by the color of the lid. Blue for protests, green for Catholics. What? With the milk inside is no different? That's weird. That's kind of weird. The women in Scotland are so ready for the war, yeah. Yeah, men and women, I guess, too, are like at the same time. Everybody's pretty upset about things, and they're both kind of pitted against each other in such a way, and it's all the same thing now. Everybody is a tax and debt slave now, right? So, for the most part, the vast majority, anyway. Scottish Section 8 mum is terrifying thing. Yeah, fair enough. Well, to defend their kids and like, because that's a whole nother war, growing up that way and in poverty and trying to fight against all the stuff happening around and trying to still have a nice wholesome environment for your kid to grow up in is really hard. It does make you a different kind of tough, for sure. Yeah, there's still not too much going on here, but I think we're getting closer to something anyways. Yeah, it'd be, well, I guess it's only been about 15 minutes since they would have officially started, and they don't always start right on time, so. Yeah, when McDonald's had the triple cheeseburgers for 75 cents each on Tuesdays, you get 4, get the buns and the cheese and make 12 out of the 4. Yeah, see, that's smart. Sometimes you just gotta be a little bit, like, resourceful and in its little ingenuity things like that help. But even now, you're looking at, like, what? It's like $20 for a burger meal or whatever now, so it's not even cheaper. Faster, but it's garbage, and it's not even cheaper anymore. So what's even the fucking point? And now, at the McDonald's, they fucking keep talking about how they find finding human traces of human meat in their meat. And they have all these children's hospitals, but they don't own one farm. And the amount of fucking cows they'd have to be going through for the amount of burgers they're serving every day, the math just don't math. And anyone I've known that's worked at a McDonald's and eaten a lot of McDonald's over time has ended up to be a pretty fucking kind of warped person. Like, that cannot manage their anger, has, like, weird neurological stuff going on. Like, they're a little bit more sadistic type people. Narcissistic, fucking, just weird. Something off about them, and I kind of realized after a while that the weirdest people I've ever known or had, like, a biggest issue with were people that ate a lot of fast food, and or specifically McDonald's, mainly a McDonald's. Like, and I don't know if that's any connection necessarily, or if it's just part of, I don't even know. I don't know. If it's a cultural thing, I don't know what that it has to do with anything specifically, but I, over time, have observed that the most mentally unstable, neurotic type people, and then they blame it on certain things, like, oh, it's their upbringing, or oh, it's this, or the medication's not working right, or oh, blah, blah, blah. They have all these excuses why they're so mental or whatever, but, like, I know some people that have went through some serious complex trauma that can manage themselves and have common courtesy and decency and aren't so quick to anger and crazed activities that way, you know? Like, I feel like there's some connection there that if you consume enough of a content of a human remains, like, that's going to build up over time. You know, there's some compounding effect that may be part of what's affecting people, you know? Like how they say about with the cannibalism with the Kuru disease that some people get, like, there's also that's a whole nother thing, but I think there's probably certain neurological effects from when, if you're consuming, like, the mad cow disease type shit, but with humans. Wouldn't even give your dogs McDonald's, no, you know, for sure though, right? Like, exactly, yeah, like, I wouldn't even give my animals real, like, I won't give them animal food. I make their food for them, because I don't trust that shit, you know, and a lot of this stuff I'll treat as much as natural as possible, like, you know, home remedies for things, you know, as much as I can. But yeah, no, I don't trust, I don't trust it. I don't trust any of it. Yeah, Trump loves McDonald's. Of course he does. A lot of weird people do. And even, like, in my own family, some of the most depraved, violent, raging people were, like, fucking all about the McDonald's. Like, fucking could have bought stock in McDonald's for the fucking weight on the one guy. And not to be, like, shaming, you know, I think different people got different problems, and a lot of it's connected to childhood trauma in such a way, complex trauma, but there's definitely something weird about certain people, man, because, like, we can't be using that as an excuse anymore. Like, there is a lot of people that experience trauma that don't become heavy addicts, like, that are causing crime, doing crimes, or causing harms to their family, or causing harms to their children. And a lot of them, they love that they can use addiction as an excuse that, oh, well, I have a disease. It's a disease. It's not even me, you know? Well, I think there's tons of people, though, that that have all this trauma, but know how to control themselves and have impulse control and have anger control. You know, they're able to regulate themselves. Where some people are just fucking on another planet. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, turmeric. Turmeric's the best. Turmeric and paprika. I put that shit on everything. In and on everything. And when I have smoothies and stuff, I'll put extra stuff, like extra, some veg and, like, different herbs and spices, like put cinnamon and stuff in too. It's good for, like, blood pressure, blood sugar regulation and all that stuff. But turmeric, that's supposed to be, like, so good for your pineal gland, like, for your brain cleansing, decalcifying the pineal gland. And sweet potatoes, I've definitely, yeah, I've been buying the sweet potatoes when they go on sale and try to have more of that than the regular potatoes, because regular potatoes are, like, kind of just filler. It's cheap filler. So that's the thing too, is finding the balance of, like, not getting so much cheap filler and getting as much of the stuff in between that gives you all that good nutrients, so that you're not, you know, because a lot of food is just cheap filler, and that's why people need to eat so much to feel full. But then this is why obesity is a problem, because they're eating so fucking much and getting such little nutrients from it. That's why they don't feel full, right? Like, if you're eating a proper fucking meal, you're gonna know when you're full, you're gonna know when you had enough, and everything will be regular, you know, all your bio stuff is regular, you'll poop regular, everything's, you know, fine. Like all these issues people start talking about having at this age and getting slightly older. I have those issues, you know? I don't think I even have gray hairs yet. Like, I haven't really looked too closely, but a lot of people I know already had gray hairs like 10 fucking years ago, and I still don't. And I don't know if it's because I've always had a more of a natural diet and always cooked for myself as much as I can. You know, I've gone through phases where I buy fast food stuff, but more so from like not franchise fast food. I buy from like little you know, food trucks or like little mom and pop shops that are like family owned, you know. Um but I've always been like more so wanting to be natural and eating having a proper diet and all this stuff. Uh I don't know if that's helped or if it's just like, I don't know, good genes maybe, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure like other people like in my family, like they, I don't know, didn't go around and ask. But I think at this age now, it's kind of weird that I'm not really noticing any still yet. You've been great since your 20s. The kids and their dads did it. Yeah. Well, that's it too. Maybe it's the stress. People, if they're starting families a little younger and then they have the stress or stress of whatever other stuff, could be. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's why. Yeah. I kind of avoided that so far. I didn't go that route. Kids and their dad did it. You know, that's probably, yeah. Like with my mom, thinking back too of like all the stuff she was going through, and I didn't really understand it as a kid, but looking back, like it's probably all the narcissistic abuse of the fucking other side of things, and her not really having much rights, like, and what was going on with us during weekend visits and shit. Like, she wasn't crazy. She was not the problem. She was made to be out to be crazy and made to feel crazy and gaslit and fucking lied and fucking all this crazy shit. So I think, yeah, she had her grays in her 20s, and I would say that would be why. I think that makes sense. I mean, not to say, though, like, some women can be pretty diabolical also, in ways, so not to just, you know, call out just men on this, but, your kid is a gym bro. We only food, God made. Sneak a sweet in it, like, yeah, yeah, like, special occasions, like, I like a butter tart, or like those Ferrero Rocher chocolates. I don't mind those from time to time when they go on sale. Afterwards, like after a holiday or whatever, they go on sale, so I'll grab some of those and have those. But it's like it's a treat, right? Like it's like, and everything in moderation. Like anything to an extreme is gonna be bad for you, even if it's good for you, you know? So we really just gotta like be aware of what our body needs, listen more to our body's responses, and like look it up ourselves. Like some people go constipated for weeks and wait to go see a doctor instead of just eating some fiber. Like change your diet for 2 minutes, eat some fucking beans, and relax your damn self. And not to say that you should avoid medical treatment for things that are causing an issue. Like, you know, probably if it's, you know, a serious issue, definitely do what you got to do. But, and I can't give medical advice, obviously. I'm not a fucking doctor here, but still not too much going on here. We're kind of just going back and forth and kind of waiting to see what's happening. But make sure to go follow this Mark the Shark guy. He's doing a great job. He's out front here. He's one of the ones we're watching. I definitely want to send some folks his way to follow. He needs to relax. Well, you need to relax. I feel like that's a problem. Some people get so worked up like that they know they need a shit, but then they're trying to force it. You just fucking relax. Yeah, well, not too doing the work for it, the work to exercise and do it properly. Where I think that it's so easy to, they're selling just so many wonder drugs to fix all the issues, and that doesn't really fix anything long term either because now you're just dependent on some other thing to maintain a weight or to maintain a whatever, right? So always the natural way, especially with that. Which yeah, I got to get back to the gym too. I used to go all the time, but after like the lockdowns and stuff, shit just kind of got thrown off course for a while there. But I do try to just stay active in general, and like I get out walking the Dugas. Uh, you know, try to keep her going. She's getting older too, so it's almost more for her than it is for me. But getting in and doing the gym thing is like it's definitely a big part of the balance for mental health too. Like what was it? Legally Blonde. Endorphins make you happy, or whatever. Goes on that whole spiel about how it's supposed to be all good things, like the good dopamine, the good serotonin, all that shit. So as far as like with the darkness, to get out, clear your head, and go for a good solid run, do a mile run, and then a good pump for about an hour, work everything out. Feel fucking fantastic after that shit. It was like the best day ever. When you get that runner's high, they talk about it, the runner's high, that's a real thing. That is a fucking real thing, and I didn't believe it when I was first getting to the gym and whatever. I just thought it was nonsense. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You're just fucking weirdos. You're on some shit, right? No, it's true. It's true. When you hit that certain point and you get this fucking, you know, and then you go pump the, you get the cardio going, and then you go pump some iron. Yeah, it's great. It's a great time. I think I found one close enough to me that I like, because I kind of like, I like a certain kind of gym. I don't like a gym that everyone's there trying to be gym people, like that are really obsessed with the bodybuilding aspect of it. Like, I'm just there to fucking chill and get some exercise in. Like, I ain't trying to sign up for your fucking Mega Muscles 9000 program or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't give a shit about that. Like, I'm fine with my regular athletic body type or whatever. But obviously for stamina, endurance, and cardio, like all those good things to keep things toned enough in a way. Beans are the magical fruit. Yeah, they are. Absolutely. Only thing that ever fixes your hair is olive oil and honey. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, well, honey for sure is like good for everything. Put that shit on everything. Anytime. If you got like a cold or whatever, it's so good for your respiratory, and like that with some lemon and stuff. It's so good for you. But yeah, I never heard about it on your hair, but I would suppose it would be good. And plus, I think with lemons is like they use that to like natural bring out highlights and stuff. I've heard. So I could see like, yeah, you could do almost the same thing. Like castor oil or something too is supposed to help with like growth or whatever. Not a meathead, so happy. Yeah. The world's full of fucking meatheads and meatballs and fucking just NPCs. A lot of NPCs out there. But they're all happy with each other, I think. Like, you know, if you're too dumb to even know any better than what you're doing, it's cool, you know? Ignorance is bliss, is it not, right? So they always find each other. They always yeah. Do whatever they're fucking doing, you know, all the NPCs. I don't know. I don't really pay much attention anymore to what most people are doing, because yeah, when you know, when you're unplugged from the Matrix too, and you've spent so much time just in a different world from people, it gets harder and harder to relate to just regular everyday meathead type people. I missed your gray comment. What was your gray comment? Might have to go back. Might have to refresh. Sometimes it jumps up and goes back to the top comment thing. I love dogs and goats better than people. Hell yeah, animals way better than people. Turmeric's also great anti-inflammatory. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, I think it's like, it's good for a bunch of shit, for sure, but I'm all about the pineal gland, you know, don't drink the fluoride. Calcify the pineal gland. I did miss it. I missed it. I can't find it now, Diddy, so you're lucky. I won't read it out. I can't find it anyway. Of all the conspiracies we've never listened to Ted Highwood, I'm definitely not buying the gym being fun one. I promise you, it took me some time to get into it. I had to fight myself a bit, like, I don't want to. You know, like, why would I go all the way over there to do the thing? Like, I don't want to. I had to fight it. I did have to fight it, but once I got to a point and I started working it into my routine, and once I figured out the runner's high thing, like, that was pretty cool, because it was like, then you feel great too. For the rest of the day, you're just bopping. You're feeling awesome. You're walking on sunshine, you know, and that once or twice a week, like, it's so good for you, and you really do feel great. It's not even a conspiracy theory. I promise you, if you do it for a month, if you go twice a week for a month, run for like 15 minutes to an hour to 15 to 20 minutes, so about a mile. And you don't have to run the whole time. Like, you can kind of jog and sprint, and like, it's actually better if you do like a quick sprint for a minute or two and then walk for a couple minutes, like speed walk, and kind of keep pushing your heart rate that way for like 20 minutes. It's about a mile, depending. Could be longer too. It doesn't matter. Like, take your fucking time. You don't got to start off fucking raging right out the door either. But then yeah, pump some iron. Whatever you're trying to tone out, like whatever you're focusing on and wanting to, whatever. I'll switch it up sometimes. Sometimes it's leg day. Sometimes it's arm day. Sometimes it's a bit of both. Whatever. But no, I am telling you, like, it's not even a conspiracy. I'm not even fucking with you guys. I promise you, after a month of that, like, you won't see a way around it. Like, you won't see a life without it. And, like, I don't know how I've gone this long without it, to be honest. Like, I guess I've gotten it in different ways, like with calisthenics and just doing my own thing a different way. However I can, but there is something about it that you feel refreshed, you feel renewed, feel, gets all the blood pumping, you know, and you just, everything functions better for the rest of the day. You know, all the blood in your brain, getting everything where it needs to be. Just stay inside. Food products attract insects. Fair. Never use shampoo and conditioner. Too much crap in them. Yeah, well, there's that too. Yeah, I use more of like the natural stuff for that. And I don't wash every time. Like, I'll get into a rinse and I'll like wash myself. But you don't need to like wash your hair every fucking time. Like, it stays better. The natural oils are good for it, so you're really not supposed to. I don't think. I think they've changed it now, because people used to be like, you gotta do it every day. I guess it's different, like men and women, obviously too. But it's very rare that I end up actually like washing my hair fully, like just having the hot water and then you wash your body and everything and you're good. Just let it do its thing. I have people ask me like, why is your hair so shiny? Like, I don't know. And they fuck all. What do you do to your hair? What do you use your hair? Nothing. I haven't showered for a week. You know, or I haven't washed it in a week. I've showered, but I haven't washed it in a week or whatever, you know? I don't know. Sometimes it's been a week. If I'm really on a grind and I'm really focused on something, I don't really care because I'm not going anywhere or doing anything. And if I'm not smelly, then it's whatever. I guess that's more of the after the lockdown thing too, though. And once I was like, I'm not even, you know, I decided to go on strike from dating and everything. So I'm just like, I just don't even care. Like, it doesn't really matter. You know, if you're going out somewhere or you're doing something, obviously you want to care more about that, but you're not doing anything to make you sweaty so much either. It doesn't matter either, right? I'm just sitting here in front of the freaking computer. But when I was going to the gym and I had all that going, that was all part of the routine. Because yeah, and then you have your shower after, you rinse everything off, you blow the stink off, you feel better, you have a fucking wonderful day. Do that a few times a week. You just make it all part of the same routine, you know? It's all part of the same schedule. And I think when you're sweating too, it adds more of those natural oils. So then yeah, you can go ahead and wash more and it not affect it. But you want to be able to have a certain amount of like the natural oils staying in your hair, right? You hear that? You're rocking a bird lady look lately. I think a lot of people can relate to that because a lot of people just don't care so much anymore. Everybody's so done with the whole Instagram fucking let's pretend our lives are perfect just for the internet when everything's falling apart. Like, how about we just put more time into it not falling apart and making the life that we want instead of pretending our life is what it's not, you know? Like, there's a lot of people that they all look like on the internet that everything's happy and perfect. If you look closely enough in their eyes, they look dead inside. And a lot of people look like they're on the verge of tears. They're like smiling, like, look at this happy event. I'm so happy. My life's so perfect. But then they look like they're about to cry. And the fakest smiles you'll ever fucking see. So I think so many people are just sick of that. And they're just like, I'm just going to do me. You know, especially like artistic people, like you're gonna get messy sometimes. What is it? Miss Frizzly used to say, get messy, make mistakes, and whatever the other thing she said. I forget everything she said, but she knew some shit about some shit. From Magic School Bus. I don't know if you guys remember that. Might have been a little after your time for some of yous, or before your time for some other ones. I don't know. Or if you even had it at all. Might have just been a Canada thing. I'm not actually sure. But yeah, when you're just like, if you're doing lots of art stuff too, you just like, it doesn't matter. You're not really caring so much about the aesthetic. You know, it's more about the doing than the being. A lot of people want to look like they're being, like all the things they're being, but they're not doing. They're not really doing anything. Mostly NPCs though. I notice it more with NPCs. Anybody that's got a fucking couple brain cells to rub together in any substance whatsoever, they don't subscribe to that shit. So that's cool. But I should figure you guys get it. You guys all get it. You put the ponytail in the middle of your forehead and just cut it. Yeah, I've done my own thing. I've got my own little shaving kit thing to do my own hair. It turns out it's pretty good sometimes. Other times it's like, yeah, I can't go in public for a bit. I'm gonna have to get that touched up. But sometimes, yeah, it just gets to a point you're like, I just gotta get rid of it because it's like, especially in the summer, it's getting hot out and whatever, and you're like, fuck, I just don't want to fucking spend $40 though for somebody to do it. And if you can just do it your fucking self, and it's whatever, it's functional. It should be about the function and the practicality, especially nowadays. Like, we're in the recession worse than the Great Depression at this point. Like, the buying power of the dollar right now versus, like, when I was just first starting out again. Like, I don't know, this should be the first sign that we're having a problem, is that I struggled less when I was first getting out on my own as a teenager, and was fine the whole time until about this year or so. Like, things started to get really fucking, like, they're raising the temperature on the shrinkflation and shit. And almost as soon as you start to get to a point and things are balancing out, they fucking jack the price of everything again, you know? So I think if anybody is trying to still pretend that everything's cool and that they're super happy and that their life is perfect, the rest of the world knows what's actually happening, and they're hunkering down and doing something about it, and they're the ones that are going to make it through the other side. You know, if your best quality, your special skill is getting a perfect picture for Instagram, and that's it. You don't got much else going on, you know, you do your day job or whatever, and that's pretty much it. Like, you know, you're not gonna have much value in the new world when things really start to fucking heat up here. You're gonna be going hungry an awful lot. Like, we really got to start focusing on the shit that matters more, because that's the only way we're gonna make it through this. People are still so preoccupied by the dumbest shit that is actually sad, and I feel sad for them. I feel sad that they don't even know what's coming, and they're all just out there just living their blissfully ignorant lives, and then by the time they realize how bad it is, it's going to be too late for them to be able to backtrack their way out of it, you know? And literally, there's people right now bringing new kids into the world that at this moment are so fucking detached from reality that they are consciously bringing in new humans into the mess that already, like, most people don't even know what the fuck's happening in the next 5 years, as far as, like, there could be civil war, there could be all this stuff coming down the line. World's full of fucking creeps. Everything they're putting out is garbage. Like, until there's some fucking progress here, I think that probably there should be a little bit of a strike on that, and we should probably fix that before we bring more people into it, you know? You cut your hair really bad once and got a free haircut. Because the barber took pity. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. It happens. It happens. So, like, one fuck up and it's all done, right? You can't go backwards. Once you fucked it up, cut too much on the spot, you really can't go back, right? So then it happens. It happens. There's no shame in that. Who cares? It was nice of the barber though to do you that solid. Because then sometimes too you don't even realize, you're like, you know, you've looked at it from different angles and it all seems good, but there's like a chunk of the top somewhere missing some. Oh, good. Kylie Jenner's got a new drink at Dunkin's. Yeah, and Canada's, like, getting super excited to have Dunkin's because everybody's sick of Timmy's, but they don't even realize Dunkin's already tastes shittier than Timmy's ever did. So that's gonna be funny. Everyone's like, yeah, we're gonna go drink the Dunkin' instead. Yeah, buddy. May as well be filtered through the ass cracks of the Timmy's people. For all you're gonna get there. I don't know. And not to knock if you guys like the Dunkin' coffee, you know, no judging. Maybe you just don't know. But I don't know. I guess I just don't like that shit too. Like, I like my own kind of coffee the way I like it. And I don't know. How bad was it? Might have been pretty bad. You get the barber feeling sad for you. But that's okay. We all get one. We all have our moments. You used to watch the Magic Scourbash? Magic Scourbash? I want the Magic Scourbash! Magic Scourbash? Love that shit. I'll still, like, I noticed it came on Tubi not long ago, so I'll put that shit on when I'm leaving the house sometimes for the animals. So I like to leave something on for them so they don't feel so alone. So I've been putting that on. Not gonna lie. That's why it was top of mind, because it's fucking awesome. Fuck yeah, school bus. They don't make kid shows and shit like they used to, that's for damn sure. Like, we're fucking... Kids today just don't know how good we had it. Oh no! No bowl cuts, but you got the perms? Oh fuck. I definitely got the bowl cuts. Like, between like 6 and like 8, 9 years old. I think around there I had the bowl cut. And then I was like, I don't know. I think at that point I just was like, wanted just regular hair, I guess. I don't even know. But yeah, I had the bowl cut thing for a while. But perms. Oh yeah, perms are a whole era. That was a whole fucking era. Let's see just if there's I'll bring this back up again. Let me just see if there's any updates. Otherwise, we're kind of getting distracted here. Gonna focus. Focus, focus. But I think either way, we're kind of just waiting for them to come out and then make statements too, right? Yeah, I'm not really seeing any more updates, unfortunately. Yep. Yeah, I guess we're not missing nothing still. No worries. I just want to keep an eye, just in case. I guess we can switch back now. I was gonna pull something over if there was anything new. But there is not. Still just this. It, I don't know which angle you like better. I think this is maybe the better one, maybe for right now. Yeah, I guess you say courtroom access is limited. Will I get in? He's trying. I don't know. I guess he didn't though because he's still outside. I don't really know. Maybe he's left these people watching the camera while he went in. Not sure. Got like a little team now, maybe. Good for him. Going to mow the lawn before the rain hits? Right on, Denise. No worries. Do what you gotta do. We might still be here after. Waiting to see what happens here. Kind of just chilling. Honestly, it's kind of nice just like hanging out with you guys for a change and shooting the shit. Coming up for air here. All these fucking rabbit holes sometimes, I tell you what. Your cold brew is buying a small carton of milk, pouring a tin of coffee directly inside and the sugar, and you shake it up and go. What? That works like that? That's insane. I didn't even know that. Oh man, I fucking a couple years ago, well, I guess a few years ago now, I was dating this girl that was related to the cold brew, and I would make it for her like the night before. I'd brew it, and then I'd fucking let it sit for a bit, and then I'd stick it in the fridge so I'd be ready to go in the mornings. And I was going through a whole fucking thing to do it, and you could have just stuck it right in the fucking carton. Holy shit. Yeah, I like it hot though. Like I like the real coffee anyway, but that's a good fucking that would have been good to know then, I guess. Doesn't matter now, but it was actually kind of awful too. Uh as a human being. But that's a whole different story for another day. Yeah, we probably will, Denise. If you're just well, I guess it kind of depends on how big of a lawn you got. We might not be here, depending. But if we're here, we'll catch you when you get back. We got the thunderstorms happening. Yeah, we had some crazy storms passing through over the last couple weeks, and then we've had the fucking wildfires. It's a crazy time in Ontario. All that fucking with the weather they've been doing for fucking 50 years that they wanted to pretend like they weren't doing, but then the patents were revealed, and turns out they've been doing it since war times, all the time, the whole time. Originally for military purposes, but yeah, it's kind of a weird time of day, I think, for everybody. So I know people got stuff to do, so no worries. You got to do what you got to do. Get her done. That's also as good as going to the gym. Just about doing a lawn mow. Can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Oh, it's so bad. Well, like entire communities are fucking getting burnt down, which is a real problem. And like there was no rescue, there was no warning, there was nothing. They were trying to like escape on boats and stuff, so that was pretty fucked up. But I mean, we've seen this kind of thing a lot of times before, and then these developers come in and buy up all the land and do whatever the fuck they're gonna do. Seen it multiple times in multiple places, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like that gonna happen. You don't get your nails painted because the ladies are mean. Well, a lot of them are, yeah. They'll like sit there and be in there talking in their own language or whatever and talking about you, and you don't really know. Well, yeah, that's the problem too. All the heat and then plus the rain, yeah. Oh, it's a whole time. Oh yeah, no, I'm in a good spot at least. To be honest, like I'm lucky where I'm at, Jennifer. Thank you though. But yeah, it's getting pretty like extra for some of the northern regions, uh, the more country areas. But I think also they're kind of trying to corral people more into the densely populated areas because they're easier to control that way. Easier to corral the herd if they're all in the barn and bring them in from the pasture, sort of thing. Do your own nails. It's fun and not as hard as you think. Well, there's lots of resources and stuff for that now too, like all kinds of tutorials and shit. I'm sure you can look up for different things. Like they got all these kits. There's all kinds of shit now. They got almost everything for that kind of thing. I'm sure, like starter kits to do it yourself. Since they got them for everything else, I would assume. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? If it's functional, it works for you. It's better to be actually happy than to just be trying to look like you're happy and well put to do together, whatever. It's nice to dress up and be well to do and together for certain occasions and, whatever, but a lot of people are just putting on the pretend all the time, and their lives are fucking bullshit. They look like it's all together, but everything else is bullshit. So you can't really compare. Like, it's happening, though. Like, the narcissistic cult, is dismantling. It's being dismantled. It's falling apart. People don't really give a shit about Instagram anymore. It's like a bunch of celebrities circle jerking themselves, and then people trying to be them and want to get circle jerked. Like, they just want the attention of, like, look how great my life is, but it's not, right? So I think more people are catching on to that. People are craving more and more authenticity all the time. Like, more so, I think, now than ever. Oh, yeah. But definitely stay hydrated. Yeah. That's a good call, Jennifer. Stay hydrated. Yeah. I always try to say that anyways, just in any occasion, but especially if it's hot out. Must be some serious back and forth, though, because, like, usually these things happen a little quicker than this. But I think with, like, the sheer size of the, oh, here we go. So people are coming out. So maybe they're just, these ones are the ones that didn't make it in, and maybe they're just starting now, maybe. Just getting whoever was going to fit in now. Maybe it just finished. I don't know. But pretty serious. I'm still not, not seeing any updates, though. Still, so. Whatever. We're kind of just chilling anyways. Forever is able to be here at this moment, because it's not really our usual time anyway, and I think lots of people got, you guys got shit to do, so I understand, too. It might go from, like, 3 to 7 days is what they were saying. But usually, like, I don't know. Like, so maybe it's gonna be even longer than I thought. I don't know. But they were saying it might be a multi-day thing. So who knows what each time slot is supposed to be. Maybe it's supposed to be an hour, a couple hours. I don't know. You've been watching, yeah. You're staying on it. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate you. I see you all the time in the comments. You're awesome. So much love and support. I appreciate that. Formative narcissism is so boring, yeah. Well, it's so much easier to see now. Like, people, NPCs have such, they celebrate mediocrity so much too, like they just, I don't know, a lot of self-absorption that's like, it's boring. I think there was some incentive to all of it once upon a time when it was new to like share your life with people and like social media was new, all this stuff. I guess there was some novelty to it, but like it really only appeals to NPCs now. Like mindless, brainless type people just following the herd. Appreciate the chill. It's gonna be in a room with smart people who want to see good. Yeah, definitely. Like, for sure. And I'm glad you guys don't mind us hanging too. Like, 'cause, yeah, there's not really much going on, but for sure, just the hanging out with you guys and catching up, catching base. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with these people coming in and out. They were just like maybe they're still just kind of hanging in the hallways. They weren't able to get in, but they're just still there. But yeah, for sure. That's what makes this group so great. Like anytime, pretty much at any time, if I start a stream, like whatever group of people it is, you guys are always awesome. Really cannot complain. Cause then it's like it's actual good conversation too. Like you get a lot of like, but before I feel like I guess a few years ago now, but before the really like the Great Awakening, like the way like you couldn't have these kind of discussions with people. So it's really we definitely got to like give credit where credit's due of the progress. More progress in this last couple of years than I've seen in like 10 years combined. So the way that people are starting to come together and knowing what's actually going on in the world and paying attention. Definitely nice to not feel so fucking isolated and crazy. Once you realize more people see what you see and they understand it the way you see it, there are other people that have brains. Holy shit. It's a miracle. Because it can be so isolating. Like, really, intellectuals are so few and far between these days. So to be able to have a group of them and to be growing that and working towards, the betterment of the collective, it's so great. Doing some crosswords and waiting is fine by you. Right on, Cheryl. Glad to have you here. Hanging with us today. But yeah, it's kind of, you guys, at least it's something that you guys can do other stuff at the same time. If you're, doing stuff around the house or whatever's going on, you're able to do it at the same time because there's not really much to see. We're kind of just chit-chatting. Kind of like a radio station for you at the moment. Without the tunes. Maybe we'll start getting some other tunes and stuff going again. I gotta port the stuff over for our Sunday sermon thing, and I still kind of want to try to do that maybe once a month or something, but just over like on the Patreon or something for like the members. No, it doesn't have to be all paid members, but just like the members, just being a member, free even for everybody over there. Maybe I do want to start doing more for folks over there, also. That was kind of fun, and having like the more lighter, funner, brighter time with you guys. But fuck, I just always got so much going on. Like, I literally at any given time have like 7 projects on the go at various stages of research and or production, because you kind of have to keep rotating around to make it work, right? It's tough. What do you talk about with normies? Yeah, well, exactly. And if you're like, a lot of them want to sit around and just talk about each other. They just like to sit around and talk shit. They want to get drunk and talk shit. Gossip. Talk about fucking nothing. It is. It's a waste. It's just a waste. It's a waste of time. I got over it so long ago. Like I used to feel bad for some people, and it's like you want to give some of your old friends benefit of the doubt and stuff, and you don't want to be like rude or mean to them, but like the amount that you end up having to lower yourself to meet the minds of some of these people, like fuck, couldn't do it anymore. I'm so tired of it. I'd rather just chill by myself than have to deal with stupid people ever again. And too much patience. My whole life. Like, oh, those little humans over here, they just don't know. It's not their fault. In this day and age, with the age of information, it is your own fucking fault. You still don't get it, and you're not fucking educating yourself. Fuck. Gossip in the weather, yeah, and just bullshit at their fucking Matrix job, and fucking, it's just dumb shit. Look what I bought. Yeah, look at what I'm buying. Look what I'm doing. Look at how pretend cool my life is. But they do talk about other people mostly because they got nothing going on with their own lives. Which is, I guess, like Like, if there's nothing to be learned about it, if there's nothing to gain from a conversation, because I mean, you can be talking about other people in such a way that there's like there's a learning opportunity there, you know? Like in how we're doing this here. This is sort of a, like, you know, we're kind of talking about people in a way, but as a case study, you know, try to raise awareness about some shit, trying to do something different in the world, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Obscure Deck's getting on this thing now. Getting some momentum going and getting the hang of connecting stuff together too, getting the Patreon going, all that good stuff. So that's cool to see. Now we just gotta get Des on board with doing the YouTube thing. Like, I think she's still like, she's thinking it's such much of a bigger thing and it needs to be such a way that she wants to be in the right, you know, everything to be just so before she takes the plunge, but it's definitely easier than I think a lot of people think too, you know. But I think also trying to come over from TikTok to YouTube, it's such a whole different interface. It's a whole different thing, is harder too. But yeah, Obscure Nick, they're gonna be trying to do a lot more of the streams because it's a little easier than doing the editing for them for their setup and with what they got going on in their life. So expect more streams and more bonus stuff on the Patreon and stuff over there, which they were never making money on anything. They did all these threads and been doing a lot of work for over the years of like raising awareness and bringing light to things, and like years and years not hadn't made a dime on the damn shit. So I'm like, holy fuck, like you need to get on there and just don't be shy. Like, you can ask them, tell them about the Patreon. Don't be fucking shy. Just get on there, put it out there. Like, I felt weird about it too. Like, I hate putting, like, I didn't ever want it to be like an e-beggar or something like that. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be in such a way about it, but really my only regret is I didn't start it sooner, because it is such a fluctuation, and if you are putting that much work in it, you do deserve to at least have, like, be able to cover your bases, right? Regardless of what you're doing. If you're working on other stuff in real life and then you're trying to do this kind of thing or whatever you're trying to do, like, a lot of people got to start by doing a regular job and doing this at the same time until they're able to do a little more of one versus the other. But you gotta be willing to make something, you know, like, and you gotta be okay asking or putting it out there in such a way and know your worth, you know. I think that was a big thing with Obscure Nick, is letting them know, like, your stuff is important and what you have to say is important. Everything you're doing is important. And yeah, it can seem hard to get it going, and it's a lot to get started, and it seems like you're kind of talking into the void sometimes, which sucks, but it's you got to start somewhere, and then if you build it, they will come, right? And I guess after yesterday, somebody had donated to them just after, like right at the end, so they didn't get a chance to shout out at the time, but they were so excited. They're so excited because finally, like, it seems like validating of all this work they've been doing, and I'm like, well, fuck yeah, you deserve it. You're doing a fucking great job. You put so much into it, and you put so much out there, and hardly get any credit half the time too, right? Like, people suck, but yeah. So I'm happy. I'm proud. I'm proud what they're doing over there and getting it going, breaking the ice, because I think that's the thing too. Once you get through the first couple live streams and stuff like that, like, it is so daunting at first. But once you get the first couple out of the way and you start getting the hang of it, it all gets easier. It's all smoother, and they're getting the hang of it pretty quick. And seems like a natural, like, pretty much, you know, pretty smooth, all going pretty smooth once you get the the technical stuff figured out, right? Hey, Lazarus, thank you. I appreciate you. Doing what I can here, fighting a good fight, best I can. Yeah, that's right, Jennifer. Energy vampires, and it's exhausting. Yeah, some people it is. It's just like a complete drain, and you're not really gaining anything from that conversation. There's no intellectual depth or anything. You're not getting anywhere with it. It's like you can talk to somebody for 3 hours and get nowhere, or you can talk for 3 hours and have all these new perspectives and thoughts and ideas, and you know, the energy flowing in a positive way, you know. Like, people should be energizing each other and boosting each other, refilling each other's batteries when they're communicating and not draining it, right? So you kind of have to start to, it's hard sometimes to even be able to know and differentiate at times. But I think people are becoming more mindful and more aware of that, of the energy of things and how that can affect you. Hey, FL sweetheart. New here. What's going on? We're honestly not much. Not much at all right now. We're just waiting. Like, they've been very strict and hush-hush about letting people in, and they're not letting people do live tweets. They made everybody put their phones in a Faraday bag and stuff, so, like, there's just, like, no live anything happening to let us know what's going on. So I'm kind of just waiting to see if there's any updates coming out from anybody, anyone that's coming out to do a tweet and then going back in or whatever they're doing. But it might have still just not even started. Like some people keep coming out and going back in, so they might have only just started getting people, the public and media people in and seated, and then so it might not have even started yet. I don't know. We're supposed to start at 9:30 PST, and we were a little early, but we got everybody, I guess, up to speed on the thing, and now we're just kind of waiting. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on some of these things here. Got a couple different angles. We went through some of the articles and stuff to start, but yeah, there's not really too much new coming out just yet. I'm kind of just keeping an eye on Twitter and waiting to see. But it's the David trial, preliminary trials happening. They're basically trying to see if they've got enough evidence to go ahead with the trial, which I can't see how they would not. Like the amount of evidence just that's public out there that anybody could access and see for themselves seems to be more than enough to show that he was guilty of something. As just as far as the inappropriate interactions with her to begin with was all wrong too, let alone the murder part. Looking at the Cassidy Rainwater case. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Okay. Of course it is the SBTC of it all. Okay. I haven't been ready to circle back to that just yet. There is a few episodes still, though, of the John Bonet. Well, I guess it kind of got thrown off course because the Ryder stuff happened. I was bringing all that stuff back up and doing as the episodes or whatever to catch up and then wrap it up or whatever at the end. Yeah, so I still got to get back to that, but that's been an ongoing thing because that's such a dark case and it does connect to so much shit. And yeah, the dad, John Ramsey, his connections all the way back to where he was stationed in the Navy and all the stuff that went on there and the thing with his other daughter that died, pretty suspicious. So if there's some connections to that's you've said all the right things. That I know exactly what you mean and why. Thank you, Lazarus. You're tuned in. You're plugged in. You know what's up. Hey, Jessica, I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? He does. He definitely needs to face music. Absolutely. To an extent. To whatever extent. Because there's already enough evidence that there was some crimes committed against a child here. Regardless of the extent of the crime. This was all wrong. This was all very wrong right from the get-go, and nobody was looking out for this kid. And it's really sad. None of the adults. There were so many adults that had to turn a blind eye to allow this to even be a thing, let alone it getting to this point. Hopefully that answers your question, FL Sweetheart. Sorry about that. That might have been a loaded answer. I might not have really fully answered your question, so I do apologize. But we're really kind of all just waiting here either way. And welcome. Always welcome, new folks. Okay, yeah, I'm putting a pin in that, Lazarus. Thank you for that. And welcome to you, too. I don't know if I've seen you around here just yet, either. So, appreciate. Weird OKC connections, people around her. Yeah. No, I opened up a tab. I popped it in, and I'm going to put a pin in it. Because if anything, even to bring it up in some of the other John Bonet episodes as a parallel there. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna get sucked into that right now. Start to read into it. No. We'll put a pin in it. I am gonna look into that though. Thank you for that. That is interesting. That is very interesting and very relevant to many things. There is a lot of connections to a lot of the networks and things that were going on in the 90s online with awful people and children. That was sort of the early beginnings of it, was the early 90s there. And between 1990 and 1991, it blew up from 150,000 kids a year going missing to over 2 million. And the way that the technology was becoming available, it was more so available to people that had the means to get in on it, wealthy people. And when you think about it, John Ramsey had all of the connections and all of the equipment and access and software that he would need to have a very secured private type network And I mean, how does a company that just started, that's Access Graphics, first of all, it's called Access Graphics, when they don't handle graphics at all, apparently. They sell computer peripherals and software, and for defense, they have defense contracts, the military, right? So what graphics are you accessing, first off? Secondly, how are you making $1 billion in your first year of operation and basically like contesting with like Microsoft? How are you almost on the same level of Microsoft the first year of operating, and you're like a nobody little computer company in the fucking mountains? Some small town in the mountains, nobody basically comes out of the fucking blue and suddenly is making $1 billion fucking dollars, you know? Like, I'm still of the mind, and where it's ending up, I guess, and then here's the spoiler alert if you didn't get it already, but I'm figuring that it was a live show, live request show, holiday, live request, paid requests, like early, like how they do on TikTok, where they give people gifts to do things on a live stream, you know, or they're willing to do requests on live stream, or like OBEF, stuff like that. People are paying to have requests, right? Same idea. And then this is why that it was an accident. I believe that it was supposed to be a live show requests with some BDSM type stuff. And it went wrong. It went very wrong. I don't think she was supposed to not come back to, you know? And the reason that all these different pedophiles came out and were feeling so guilty and admitting that they were part of it and they knew what happened and it was an accident and they saw it happen, but were not there physically. They were, all of them, oh, well, they had alibis and they weren't there physically, so they weren't part of it. Well, how would they be physically, or how could they see something and know what was happening and watch it happen, but not be there physically? Like, we know this. We know, and because most people didn't have webcams and internet like that at that time, they don't think about it, because they didn't have it, because the general population couldn't afford that shit yet, right? Well, guess what? Guess who could? People that had the money, that wanted to procure these things, watch these things, and or do these things to kids and provide them. You know what I mean? Like, all this stuff has been happening the whole fucking time, just the way that they networked and traded material was different. And then obviously the supply and demand went through the roof once the internet became a thing, and obviously if there's a ton of money in the thing, they can afford to have the equipment to do the thing. And all these networks that were popping up, that literally, the internet bubble that burst when they thought, oh, tech's not going to work, the internet's not feasible, nobody, blah, 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 blah. There was all this bullshit in the 90s, the late 90s, of the tech bubble bursting. Yeah, that wasn't the tech bubble bursting, that was all the fucking pedophile networks getting shut down. And all these fronted companies that were a front for a network were all going under. So anybody with legitimate companies is watching all these tech companies going under and thinking, oh, fuck, like, the tech bubble is bursting, we're fucked. Well, no. Not really. Like, we just happen to have these companies that seem super legit, like the Digital Entertainment Network, that on paper it was a great idea as far as like being a precursor to Netflix and all of those things. They had big investors like Microsoft, Chase, Dell, all these fucking big companies. It was gonna be a public offering company. They raised like $80 million fucking dollars. They were in the industry. They had connections within the industry. All these big directors and producers and people in the music industry, all these people, it seemed all legit, but it literally was a child harm material factory after all. And it all went under because they started questioning what was actually going on at these mansion parties and what these kids were actually being alluded to, like why they were being brought in. And a lot of these shows were just like a cover for it. Like, yeah, we're going to get you on this show, but really it's to get them there to the mansion, to get them drugged and liquored up and then taken advantage of. And then the guy that owned that mansion, he got caught with all kinds of material. Nobody ever talked about that. Everybody got off scot-free. Bryan Singer and Garth Ancier and all those fucking people, Geffen, that had also invested, they all got away pretty scot-free. So, like, that was happening in all different ways, in all different scales. Some of it was just more obvious than others. Like, with that, they were being way too obvious about it. And, like, with the age of the internet happening, too, kids were talking to each other. People were starting to talk to each other and connect. But for how many years was that all happening that they didn't necessarily have the internet as that, you know, it's been a gift and a curse in a way. Yes. Yeah, I read about that, Cheryl. I know about that. That one's a touchy one. That one, that's a situation that, they fucking, I absolutely believe they silenced her. That was just this year, too, I think, in April. Madison Claire's. That was really sad. And I think she was starting to like pivot even from the situation and was just doing her music and stuff too. So that was really sad. That was sad to see. You know, something very weird. Every time you get in a good rant, you get an ad that interrupts it. Go figure. Go figure. You know, because it's supposed to just do it automatically and it'd be like balanced or whatever. So it's like when there's no talking and you switch between things, is kind of where it's supposed to like think to put one. Like it's supposed to be a little bit intelligent that way. So seems kind of strange that it would do it right in the middle of a rant. Because usually it would wait like until there's like a pause. There's some pause or there's some like a switch in the screen or something like that. Like it usually kind of that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, she was with Emma. And I think that she was part of why her first thing got nuked or whatever. Like, there's so much more to that I don't even know if I want to talk about it here, actually. Um, but I do want to start doing some like a members streams or whatever, where yeah, you don't have to pay for the Patreon, but just being a member and doing a members only thing. We can talk about some stuff more openly, or even just in the group, like the Eyes Wide Open group. I can do voice group chat things. So it might be good to actually get over there and have actual conversations where I'm not having to worry so much and censor myself. But that's really what that was. And from my understanding, what I'm starting to see and understand in all the investigations I've been doing now, more deeper into that whole thing, and pretty much since the John Bonet, I guess, was sort of what kicked that off. But I'd already kind of read into some of the stuff prior, and this just more putting more of it together, I guess, as of the John Bonet. But that's what it looks like, that the reason that the tech bubble burst, it was not anything to do with the technology not being feasible and applying to business, or, you know, having a good use in business, whatever, which we've proven that. Obviously, it's here to stay. You know, we all use the internet, right? So it was never that the internet was the issue, or the tech companies were necessarily the issue. It was the ones that were fronts that were the issue. Because through the 90s, and like, I guess since, you know, there was lots of big busts in the 90s going into the 2000s, and then it's always been like an uphill battle for them to try to stay on top, because as one shuts down, 6 others pop up, basically, you know? And the way technology has evolved over the years, that it's like, in such a way, we created the new prohibition tunnels for them. You know, like back in the day, they had the prohibition, so then everybody built tunnels, and then not only was it to smuggle alcohol, they were able to smuggle drugs, people, kids, whatever, right? Out of sight, out of mind. So, but now we have the internet highways being built that are secretive, and like the torrents, the LimeWire and stuff, where all of us were using it because we wanted freedom of the music, right? We didn't want to keep paying all this money and all these ads and all this bullshit. So people were pirating music and creating these method and modes of transferring information incognito in such a way, or in the packets. The peer-to-peer packet sharing was like this revolutionary thing they created, and so a lot of our generation had used it to, like, yeah, to download music and get the viruses on the computer, and it was a bunch of bullshit, right? But when you think about it, all of those things that were being created were also opening doors to these digital networks and how they would be able to operate. You know, like look at Silk Road and how that all happened. Why crypto is even a thing. Why is crypto even a thing? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how shady that all is, and how people on the board of the Bitcoin Foundation are connected to things like the Den Network. And at that time, they could have plausible deniability that they had no idea what was going on. Oh, I'm just a teenager. I didn't know. I had no idea what was going on. I wasn't there. I don't know. Well, then you turn up in the Epstein files, helping Epstein get off, and offer the same lawyers that helped get the guys off for the Den Network thing. And then Epstein's no longer there, so everybody that was connected with the crypto stuff and with Epstein and the laundering of the money and the gaming currencies and stuff too, like the digital currencies in general, they all are working with Trump now. So that's pretty cool. Nothing to see there, folks. LimeWire, good times. Yeah, you guys remember. Like, we were all using it. Like, it still maybe wasn't fully legal, I guess, what we were doing with it, but it was nowhere near the amount of illegal. Same as, like, the people that were trying to bring the alcohol around wasn't really that big of a deal. Like, you guys decided to make it illegal and whatever. Fuck you guys. But it's no different than doing like burn mixtapes or whatever. Like burning a disc was no different than a mixtape in a way, right? You just didn't have to wait all day on the radio to record it and put it all together. Wasn't as much of a labor of love, you know? But even now, there ain't no labor of love to shit. Even making a fucking burn DVD with its own little cover and writing it all custom, like, even that's more of a labor of love than we have now. But that was sort of the evolution of that, right? But then that opened the doors to people to do more nefarious activity, and then to point the fingers at, oh, it's the people with the music and they're the bad guys, and look over there, guys, while we're doing this over here. look at the smugglers and the moonshine over there as we're bringing kids in over here, you know? And it was just an excuse to put in all these, like, all these people started building the Prohibition era houses, right? So, like, we started getting faster internet speeds to transfer more files and data, right? Then we got webcams, we got all this stuff. And in a one way, it was like, okay, we were progressing technology for our use for different reasons. That was fine, I guess, in a lot of ways. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing video calls and instant messaging and all this stuff that we were taking part in. But when you think about it, in a way, we were contributing to how these networks were able to evolve and grow and stay secure and undercover, you know? It's kind of fucked up world that way when you look at it, the whole landscape of it. Which honestly, like, I'm gonna have to come back to this whole Chester Bennington thing anyways, either way, with or without any fucking whatever. Because it does touch on a lot of that, like, that timeline of it and how many different culturally significant things tie into that as far as the beginning of the internet. Like, the reason they chose the name and spelt it the way they did was because they wanted to make sure they could secure the domain. Because it was originally like Lincoln Park, like they were naming it after this thing. Like Lincoln, spelled Lincoln, but they wanted to make sure they could secure the domain and all the usernames for all the media, right? Like all the social medias and stuff at the time. So they were pretty ahead of their time at the time to be thinking that forward about it in 1999, you know, when it looked like the music industry was going to be going to complete shit. There was like no hope for any of it because everything, like the tech bubble was bursting, as everybody thought, you know. It was really strange times to be starting off and how they gained fame and stuff in the early 2000s there, and then some of the people that they ended up getting connected to over time. Like, it's all very relevant to now. It all circles back around, and like they're talking about releasing the information about the Anthony Weiner laptop, which also means we're going to be touching on getting into the Podesta files and all that stuff. All that stuff's coming back to light anyways, you know. I think the timing is right on that, and you know, I think there's a big conversation to be had there that is in service of the collective in a big way that's bigger than, it's not even really about Chester at that point, but that situation was a big turning point too, because then when he died, I feel like that was like part of the Great Awakening the first time around, and then things were ramping up going into 2019. Then there was the Cappy thing, there was the thing with Epstein, then we had 2020. Right, so that was like flipped everybody on their head for a minute. Everybody that was waking up and was speaking out at that point had gone into hiding either because they were scared because of the Cappy thing or because of just life was turning upside down, right? But it didn't do what they wanted. They wanted people to go back to sleep, and they didn't. They stayed awake. They got more awake because they had more time to just sit at home and research, and most of them did instead of fucking around like other people were doing. You know, people that had been doing the research for 10 years and knew what was going on started doing the fucking around, while the normal people went and did some reading for a change. So that was cool. We did a little switcheroo for a minute. We all got a break. All the truthers got a break for 2 minutes to just go be dumb NPC meatheads for a fucking minute. And then came back. We're like, oh, look, you guys all caught up now. Cool. Awesome. Wasn't that beautiful, though, guys? Like, you guys probably felt the same. Like, I think all of us are coming from that stage of the isolation and being the odd one out in the friend group or the people, the family, whatever, because the way you see things and you talk about stuff. You're all here now. We're all here now. So when I say that, I'm not meaning any of you guys, obviously, but finally, you know, I think there was some great progress over the course of those few years, and people were starting to really question, like, how do all these people just die? They're all connected that may or may not have been working on a project that all seem to have incentive to want to fight this child harm and trespass industry, you know? Just the exploitation in the industry in general, you know? So, like, somebody's got to pick up that torch and keep on going forward. It's like a battlefield. We've been on this battlefield for decades. It's the same war. It's been the same war the whole time, just different battles, different casualties, right? So, on his own, he's not very significant, but what it indicates and the kind of awakening was happening after that death and what that pointed out and what was happening at that time and how much more obvious it started making these, you know, how much more like blatantly suspicious these things started being. It's like they were getting too cocky about it. You know, that reveals a lot of stuff that is very relevant now. And it all means something, you know? But when you follow that thread throughout, you can see the increasing in the narcissistic cult type society and how it was forming and how it was affecting people in the industry and people that didn't want to get with it and serve that narcissistic cult matrix. Those are the ones no longer with us. Those are the ones that didn't want to bend and didn't want to, you know, go against their morals and values, didn't want to compromise their, you know, whatever, right? one giant crime that we only see in parts as separate, unconnected events, but it is all one giant crime. Exactly. Well, yes, right. Which is that's why I say all the time. It's the same. It's the same great big elephant in the room. It's different piles of shit, but it's the same great big elephant. And this room is getting full of shit. So at some point we need to figure out where it's fucking coming from and figure it out, right? Which I think we know most of us here do anyway. But you're right. Absolutely. You've come to the right place. You know what's going on. Appreciate it. Thank you. I guess this is the beautiful thing too of coming on at different times, like earlier times or later times, as you start getting a chance to chat with different people that you wouldn't otherwise connect with for their time zones. So that's awesome. It's so good to see the new folks coming through today. I appreciate. Glad you made it. Take a seat. Yeah, all of y'all, plenty of seats to go around. When you dig deep enough, you realize, yeah. Yeah, the Clintons. Well, and it very much embedded. That's what I was getting to too, Jessica. Thank you. The Chester thing. He had started getting in really close to the Clintons, and I think he really thought that he was going to be able to do some good in the world and fight the beast, only to find out that he was so deep in the belly of it. Like he was very interconnected with the Jay-Z, Diddy, Sphere, Kanye stuff early on in like 2004. They ended up with the same Rick Rubin guy. Oh, is he giving us an update? Okay, hold on. The same Rick Rubin guy that had worked with Red Hot Chili Peppers on some of their stuff early on came into the scene, and I feel like at that point Chester had just had enough of it, of all the shit around him, and he was trying to pull away from all the shit going on. But of course, the other band wanted to just keep progressing the machine that it was, and this is why he was picking up different projects and doing different things over the years. Like he was still trying to figure out his place in the world and his purpose and what felt fulfilling to him, because obviously he wasn't getting it. All the money wasn't doing it for him. And so he was starting up with these littler bands and trying to try different music styles and different things. Whatever he felt, I guess, that didn't fit the Linkin Park brand. You know, he was taking it elsewhere and just trying to find other forms of fulfillment. You know, and he was hurting himself a lot. He was getting hurt a lot doing so many shows too. Like they were working them like a friggin' dog, all of them. In those early years especially. So like I don't know, there was a lot of stuff that was happening, and with the turn of the internet and with all these things happening, like all the things that he would have been witnessing and having certain feelings about from the inside, you know, we're seeing that all coming into play now. Like all of it is becoming a little more open to the world. We all see it now, right? Anyways, before we get too far, let's get this update from this guy, and then we'll see what's next.
Inside rock the wall here. Thing it was tough. All right, guys, we just got a break right now. I just got out of the courtroom. We saw pictures and exhibits of Celeste's body dismembered. It was rough. I was sitting in front of the family. So it was tough to watch. So we are on a 15-minute break, and there's a lot of evidence, man. But they did show us exhibits of Celeste Rivas's dismembered body and the fingers to the yeah, it's freaking tough, man. And especially the family was sitting in front of me too, so that was pretty tough too. I mean, they're just heartbroken. It's painful to watch, and uh, I don't know, man. I don't know how someone can do that to somebody else. So I'm trying to gather my thoughts. No, the missing finger wasn't found, but there's two witnesses right now, and we only got a 15-minute break, so I have to go back up there in a little bit. But I'm gonna I'm just I'm gonna grab my phone. I don't want to leave it out here. Um, well, maybe I will leave it out here. I'll put it. I might just put it here in the shade. Um, but it was pretty tough to watch. It was real tough. Again, I only have a 15-minute break, and there's two witnesses right now. The detective and actually, yeah, Ross made it inside. Ross made it inside, so that was good. Um, and we did see footage. We did see footage of when David was opened the door at the 804 Dahini uh, house. So there was that, and so that was interesting to watch. That he opens the door, and there were some deputies there asking him if Celeste Rivas was in the house. So it was pretty tough to watch. It was real tough, and
This poor guy. You can totally tell that he is a changed man after seeing what he saw in that room today. He is the different guy now than from when he went in there. Because this stuff does change you when you really get up close and personal to it in this such a way. It hits you in a different way. Like if you were an actual fucking human being, there's no way you see this stuff and aren't affected. You know, like some of these news people, I don't know, they're like fucking robots or some shit, NPC robots, and they just do this shit all day every day, and then they're like going from one like sad news story to like a happy news story, and they're like fucking just switch gears like it's nothing, you know. But if you're an actual fucking human being, like this fucking poor guy, man, like, and he's gotten more gray, I feel like, now looking at him more directly here, his whole face and head and the beard, I feel like he's gotten more gray just the last time we saw him, like, and I think it was this thing, it was the last David thing, whatever that was a couple months ago, when they were figuring out whatever, bail, all that other shit, right? I think, the stress of it, this poor fucking guy has gotten at least 5 or 6 shades grayer. I'm gonna have to go back and double check maybe, but because I could be wrong. Maybe it's just the light shining on it in such a way, but no, I feel that he is very deeply affected, and he's trying to like keep his composure and deliver the news in the best way that he can. But like, he is a changed man now, and I feel for him deeply. But he's doing a great job. Like, big ups to this guy here. Like, I want to share his thing again. Make sure you guys go over and give him some love, follow him. He's doing great fucking work. He sort of came out of the blue, was doing it, like winging the reporting thing and doing a freaking great job. Shows up very professional, well dressed, got his hair done nice, got his little camera. Like, you can tell that he didn't fully know what he was doing at first, but he was fucking doing a great job figuring it out and just like faking it till he made it, I guess, in a way. Like just going with the motion and then figuring out where he'd have to go in for media, doing all the things he would have to do to figure it out if you weren't sure, if he didn't go to school for it necessarily. And maybe he did, but he didn't want to get a job at a big network and he just wanted to do it himself. Either way, he's doing a fucking great job and he deserves all the love and support right now, because I couldn't even imagine. I mean, I know how this case and some other cases like with the John Bonet have affected me personally, just from what I've read and seen, and putting it together in a way is so fucking awful. It's so hard. It can be so hard on the psyche. So like extra support for this guy right now. Like he's a good dude. You can tell he's a good dude too by how affected he is by it. Like that does speak volumes in this day and age.
Man, they're moving along pretty fast, and they're moving along with information and moving along with exhibits. I mean, they're already showing Celeste Rivas' dismembered body in 2 trash bags, and she was in a body bag, cadaver bag, and I mean, it's just gruesome. It's gruesome. It's beyond the pale. It's beyond comprehension of somebody doing something like this, and I don't know, man. It's just I don't think a 15-minute break will do, especially with the family being there. Like, but let me get in the shade real quick. It's really hot right here.
Oh, it's the poor guy. You can tell he's like, yeah, like that's not going to be a long enough break in between that. And they're moving through it very fast. Like it's probably a trauma, not only for the family, but everybody in that room right now. If they're moving through the evidence really quickly too, and then if it is that gruesome and that graphic, that is changing the people. That is changing somebody. Like that, your nervous system is being affected by that because you're going to be sensing the danger. Like when you see a body, you see that, your body's going to respond, or like your body's going to respond in such a way as if you're seeing that and there's danger, you know, like that, you're going to have a visceral response to that kind of thing. And then to try to contain that and be like, well, no, I'm not in danger. We're just reviewing a shitty danger case, right? But your body, your nervous system don't know the difference. Like with little kids, you can explain to them that it's just a movie, but they don't necessarily, like, their nervous system doesn't get it. They're still going to be scared, or they're still going to be affected, right? Like, depending, like when we talk about the TW theory and how kids are affected by certain scenes, even though, yeah, it's just a movie, but yeah, you know, we could go into that whole conversation another time, but you can't unsee that shit. Like, he's gonna be having nightmares probably for at least a year, if not more. Like, I didn't sleep or eat right for a long time. For like, and I went on a hiatus for a while after the JonBenet, the first round, when I'd done just like the documentary part of it, like I did a long segments, and then I decided to switch it into doing the shorter segments because it's just easier and more manageable to keep up with as it goes forward, you know. And because it is so much at once, it is very, like, it's a lot of trauma all at once, you know. But as those pieces were coming together and learning about, like, the Peter Scully guy and how some of these different networks were operating and how very closely connected so many of them were to so many other things, like not just the JonBenet, it took me so beyond that in a big way. And yeah, the snuff industry and stuff, like once you really start digging into that stuff, like it fully changes your brain chemistry in such a way to take that in and to be understanding the implications of it and what that's suggesting on a greater scale, you know. So I feel for them. It is too bad they're only giving them the 10-50. But it's good they're giving them a break, because usually these things would have, like, it wouldn't be so much evidence, so they would happen quicker. They'd be in and out in like an hour, then it's over, right? But with this, obviously, there is so much more to it. So, I mean, at least they're getting a break. It's better than no break, but probably they need like at least a half hour of an hour in between this kind of shit. Like 10-15 minutes definitely doesn't cut it, but beyond comprehension is right. Like what went on, yeah. Well, and then just for him to be so, like, stone cold about it, like, we've not heard anything from him. He never even made any statement, like, when she was missing, to, like, be like, oh, I hope she's okay, da-da-da-da. Like, he's been just stone cold about it the whole fucking time. Like, that's a whole nother thing, you know? And the parents, yeah, like, the parents are probably kicking themselves right now, because to an extent, they knew exactly where she was and where she was going every time and what was going on there. There's no way they didn't. Maybe they finally tried to put their foot down and take her phone away or whatever, but at that point, it was like, it's too late now. You know, like, you had the opportunity for, like, the last 3-4 years to be a little more attentive to what your preteen was doing. Now that she's a teenager, like, she's just taken off. And if you got other kids, you got other shit going on, like, you're not going to be able to keep up with that. So you need to be, like, you need to be more attentive to what's happening before the bad thing happens. Like, you need to see the red flags. You need to fucking know who these people are that your kids are interacting with, right? Like, this is just fucking, it was so preventable. So preventable. Induced child trauma, mind control. Yes. Thank you for coming. You've come to the right place, 1000%, Lazarus. You know what's up. You know what's up. I also believe that that's like a first trauma for most boys, young boys, and why we do have a lot of anger and issues, patriarchal issues. That's a whole thing for another day too. But I do believe that. Yeah, like, okay, don't even get me started. Actually, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. But like, there's those rituals about it and stuff too that are really fucked up. Well, and if not a ritual, I believe it was to fulfill a fantasy more so than it being an act of rage, is my opinion. They're kind of coming at it as if it was an act of rage and to silence her from coming out and saying about it. But I think there was so much more to it. But anyways, let's finish. We'll listen to the rest of what he has to say, because I guess he'll go back in and then we'll have some time to wait again anyway to chit-chat.
Let me get in the shade real quick. There we go. That's better. But let me go over some notes real quick, and then I have to head up. So David, they did grant a motion for his shackles to be removed. So just his hands were free. His hands are free. Hold on a second. But they were denied, but his wrists, his wrists are free, and he was given the thank you to the judge like that. Let me go over some notes real quick. So that was interesting. They did search the 804 Dahini house. It's David case, David and Celeste Rivas case. David? Yeah. So he is in a jumpsuit. There was speculation that he might have been wearing regular clothes, but he's wearing his jumpsuit and he's wearing something underneath. But his hands are free, and they gave him that. So yeah, the handcuffs were removed. So he has the full use of his hands. And then they showed us that video that they showed us, it was a 10-minute and 30-second video of when the deputies went to his house and were looking for Celeste Rivas. One thing that stood out to me too was that when they were searching the house, he almost immediately was like saying, she told me she was 18. Like right away he put that out there, which was, it was a little strange. Like right away he's like, oh, she told me she was 18.
Yeah, immediately an admission of guilt. Like, they're just there to see where she is because she's missing, and you're jumping to, oh, she told me she was 18. Okay. Okay, buddy. Yeah, that's not fucking the telltale heart if I ever saw one. Holy shit. What are you saying? Hold on. There's an urgent care clinic advertising service taking up their whole window. It hits you as off. Yeah, because I think they really got to push it now because most people are like, that's actually trauma. Like, I've spoken with friends that had to do it to their kids, that it was like enforced on them by the hospital as far as like they pressure them, you know, and having to witness that was trauma for them. Like, they still feel bad about it. Like, we talking about it over beers kind of thing, you know, like that's a trauma for my one friend especially. He was extra affected by it, unfortunately, you know. And I was always kind of had opinions about that that's sort of like a mutilation, that, you know, there's countries that are doing that to little girls and it's not okay, so why is it okay that they're doing it to little boys? And then with some of these ritualized where they're like suckling the fluids from the open wound is on the verge of so many things. Like, not only is it a child crime in a way, but it's that next level. It's that the pedo-vor type shit. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I'm saying it though, whatever. Yeah, so I have strong feelings about that for a lot of reasons. I've watched grown men cry basically about having to see their son go through that. So I think that is the ultimate barbarity, very barbaric, because it's a trauma on both sides. It's a body trauma before you even got the consciousness to know what's going on. Like, you've just entered the world and you're fucking, it's already, that alone is a kind of a trauma. Just being born is kind of a trauma when you think about it. Maybe not super trauma, but I mean, that's an endeavor, a big endeavor. And then they're strapping you in this fucking thing and holding you, like, it's a fucking, the whole thing is awful. It's awful. There's nothing good about it. And there's not as much good effects for it. Like, it's not as whatever the reasons they've said it's for the whole time. It's not, doesn't really make it doesn't apply anymore because people have hygiene. You know what I mean? Basic hygiene was not really a thing when they were trying to do all this stuff, and they're like, I don't want to have to watch the dick cheese. Like, you're not worried about the dick cheese, probably just have better hygiene. Maybe we could just try that. Maybe just don't have dick cheese. We can start there. You know, you just wash out the smegma. Don't be disgusting. You know.
So I thought that was interesting. And so the deputies, there was one deputy, his name's Juan Gonzalez, and then he had another female deputy that came to assist him. So they were just pretty much, the deputy that he's the first witness, he was pretty much saying, look, we're just going in there to check and see if she's there. So that was his task, to go in there and see if she was there. He didn't know any of the investigation, what the detective was doing for Riverside County. That's what he was saying. So they were just there to see if she was there, if a missing person was there. and she was not. They also were trying to look and see if there was any indication that there was a female in there. The one thing that did stood out to me that there was Hello Kitty plush toys there, which was strange. Hello Kitty toys and Hello Kitty plush. Um,
Yeah, Celeste was really into the Hello Kitty thing. He had posted a tweet, or not a tweet, a TikTok at some point, referencing her, saying that one Hello Kitty girl you fell in love with in 2023 or some shit like that. And then he's showing off some of his own merch because he'd bought like some skateboards and other Hello Kitty related stuff. And then after she would have been deceased, he was seen washing a pair of Hello Kitty shoes. He had like posted the video of him washing the shoes for whatever fucking reason, which was really sus. But that's a well known that if you don't know already, that's a well known thing. That she brought that into his life. He became a fan as well because she was or whatever, and I guess he almost in a way had used that to lure her and entice her in a way, which is fucked up when you think about it. Like, oh look, I've got all your toys here and all the stuff you want. I buy you the shoes, and you love Hello Kitty. I'll buy you Hello Kitty everything. Look, we can have matching skateboards. Cool, buddy. Yeah, awesome. She's 13. Fuck.
Toys in one of the bedrooms.
Oh, and yeah, the raised, like, yeah, exactly. Like, no, he had a pretty apparently normal upbringing, which is the weirdest part. Like, he was raised in a very like nice type, normal type home, religious, whatever. Was homeschooled for a time, and then I think because he was kept away from the internet and homeschooled for so long that when he went to school finally with the public school and was getting exposed to all this stuff, it was just like a fucking like going to the fucking chocolate factory, And then he like ate too much chocolate and it made him fucking crazy or some shit, you know what I mean? Like he started looking at some really fucked up shit on the internet and got him to a real deep dark place of stuff he probably never could see before. He probably wasn't allowed to watch horror movies. It was probably, because of the deprivation that he wanted it all, where some people are going to go overboard if they've never had it before. They're going to go overboard on it instead of being like, oh, this is a treat, not that watching gore to pleasure yourself should be ever considered a treat. But you know what I mean? Like everything in moderation. But I think he just went so deep into it, and then he was finding a way to create this little fan base built around this child's game that brought more children into his sphere. I don't know. I think it just went bad so fast. So I think that definitely needs to be studied. How that the extreme of good almost is also bad. Like the extreme of being too religious, too protective, too sheltering. This is what happens, it sort of seems to be anyways. Unless, I don't know, unless there was some other weird shit going on there to the kids in his home and we don't really know exactly what the fuck was going on there. I don't know.
So they asked him when was the last, they asked him too. They asked him when he met her, and he said he met her on Discord. And he met her on 2020 and 2021. But I have to get going pretty soon. I'll keep you guys updated on everything. I have to take my phone in there because I don't want to leave it out here. I may not. I'm not too sure right now, but I might leave it out here. I might just leave it out here. A lot of the media is out here, so I might just leave it out here. But it's pretty tough, guys. It is rough in there. What time is it? Let me see. We only get a 15-minute break. Okay, I got to get back. But I wrote a lot of notes. I'm gonna keep you guys updated. I wrote a lot of notes. They haven't mentioned other victims, but I have to get going. Thank you guys for everything. And there's gonna be a lot to go over. A lot. So I have to go back up. I don't want to not be able to go in.
Okay. Yeah, no, there was some, the interest in the occult stuff for sure also, which Yeah, there was some of that stuff going on in that sphere, for sure. That was confirmed by an insider of that being an interest, a pre-existing interest within that sphere. Whether or not practicing, or I don't know. I can't really say anything for sure. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I think that's a fascination for a lot of people, especially at those levels of wealth and fame and so on and so forth. That's true. That's also true. Like, DID can be a fucking evil thing also in a way. Like, all your parts could be all good things, but some people have like twisted fucking parts put into them or created in such a way, you know. That's the whole thing. The whole fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, the whole religious zealots, like extremists, that's never good. Like, did they never watch Carrie? Like, shit. Fuck. It was all not great. That was all not great. None of that's great. It's, you know, it's good to have like good morals and values and virtues and to be a good citizen and be kind, you know, neighborly, all these things. You can be all these good things, but like if you're being like an extremist to an extent like that, wasn't his family LDS or Mormon? I don't think so. I feel like I would have caught on to that because I've been side-eyeing their whole thing for a long time, especially since the 8 passengers thing, which that was a whole fucking thing. Holy shit. Like, I'm still pretty sure they were making material of whatever they were doing to the kids while they were tied up. To be honest, I think that's why they shut that shit down, that conversation down. How does a fucking therapist own like a $10 million fucking mansion and have a basement with a fucking cell put in? Like, there was a lot to that case that was so fucking messed up that they buried real quick because they were all connected in with the she was like recommended by the church people. Like, some of the church people were sending people to her. But the way they were all set up for videos and like I just fuck, I don't know. My gut still tells me there was some more awful shit that was going on there that we might not hear about till those younger kids are a little bit older. You know, I know the older siblings have spoken out about some stuff. The Sherry Frankie had the book, whole thing, right? But yeah, there was definitely so much more to that. Like, they really wanted to bury the Jody Hildebrandt side of that for a fucking reason. But the condition the kids were found in, I am almost very certain that the mother, because she'd lost the income on the channel, that she was willing to try other means of maintaining that lifestyle and being able to pay the bills and whatever. And if she was brainwashed enough to believe that it was good for them anyway, and it's like part of a video to train other parents to like fucking force their children into submission or whatever the fuck psycho shit they were doing there. Okay, religion. Where does he? I feel like I feel like that would have stood out to me though, if that was mentioned. I thought it was like just a Christian, rather regular, whatever Catholic fucking Christian. He is Christian, heavy believer in the Christian faith. Raised in Houston, Texas, he grew up singing in a church choir and listened exclusively to gospel music until he was 13. He was openly credited God for his personal power and remains a heavy believer. Does he, though? Because I don't know if that religion thinks what you're doing is okay. I feel like that's so against the religion, though. You know? I don't know. But yeah, so if he was like that much deprived, then getting into all this music and all these themes, these morbid themes, and like I could see that becoming the issue, just the fact of the deprivation of it. His family members are liars. They would never believe that he could do this. Yeah. Yeah, I think well, she met the family or whatever. He had brought her to meet the family, and the family didn't look at her and weren't like, hello, she's like 13, bro, what are you doing? Like, the fact that nobody on his side said anything too, because yeah, it was like Texas, London, and I don't even know, somewhere else. There was a few places he had brought her on a plane, and one of them was international. So just like, the parents had to know what was fucking going on here. Like, there's no way that, Like, yeah, just the amount of blind eyes that would have needed to be turned. But fuck. Oh yeah, the whole history on that, the whole history of the yeah, it's all fucking whacked. And then they're like want to blame it on their little splinter cell FLDS whatever groups that are doing all the bad, but it's like they're just the fundamentalists of your religion. So why don't you take responsibility for the people that are misusing your religion then? Like if it's a fundamentalist group, that means that they believe in the fundamentals of your fucking religion. So your religion created this. So then what are you doing about it? Oh, you're too busy fucking building up your billions in the hedge funds and fucking their involvement. I think they were the ones with the Boy Scouts thing too. They pushed all that shit pretty hard. That's a whole other thing too. Yeah, and they're like into the blood atonement and like, oh yeah, it's a whole nother level. It's a whole nother fucking level. You got that right. Lazarus. Hey, Be Bizarre. Yeah. Oh, you got it. Yeah. Fuck, I could have just waited when you guys would have grabbed that. Yeah. Whichever. There you go. Yep. I guess it'll kind of worked out because I was just basically reading the same thing there. That was good. Houston's almost suspicious enough in itself. Well, there's definitely major hubs. Like, I had mapped out, maybe we'll go into that one day, because I had done it digitally too, but I had it up on a wall at my last place, and I had all the pins and the things, like, I knew where... I had started cross-referencing some different locations and stuff where these major hubs were. But I do have a digital version of just where all these, like, polygamous cults exist across. And they're all very opportunistic on, like, the borderlines of different states, so then, like... if anything comes down to it, like, none of the states really know who wants to take it on as their jurisdiction or whatever. Like, it's a lot more confusion because they're not really in any one state technically. Like, they're like right there on the edge or whatever. And borders too. Like, if they can be on a couple different states at a borderline, they love that shit. So it's very opportunistic. And when you look at what fucking Warren Jeffs was doing and Sam Bateman, like, they were trafficking kids. It's a fucking cover, another cover for child trafficking, and they're doing it within the families and within their little child bride shit also. But he got picked up because he had picked up some kids from a foster home and brought them over state lines in a fucking, like, a horse fucking thing with a bunch of other girls dressed up like fucking, like these fucking whatever. Little House on the fucking, I don't know, depravity. But yeah, no, so there's opportunistic, and if they all look the same, and they're all dressed the same, and they're all their hair's the same, like, it's a lot harder to recognize if these or any of these kids were missing or not, or if they're actually from the place or whatever. Like, there's a lot going on there. So we'll maybe get into that more soon too, because I think we're getting allowed to talk about that. But there's a lot of stuff I get talking about, and it gets me into trouble. So you gotta be just, like, I don't know. Like I said, we gotta start doing more just members only type shit over on the Patreon, and we'll do it, like, free to all members, so you don't have to pay, but just to have it over there separate, or in the group, the Eyes Wide Open group. I don't know, somewhere else though probably would be better to talk about some of these things because you know. Well, and then there was that IBLP, yeah, the Duggars. What's that? Bill Gothard, I think. Yeah, that's that guy. The Duggars thing was really messed up. And that Peter Scully I was just talking about, that's the video that one Josh Duggar guy was found with, and it's like one of the worst videos that you could find in that sphere. One of the worst, the most worst that you could ever think of. That's the kind of shit that guy was watching. And you look at the upbringing, how they were like, oh, we're so perfect, we're perfect little religious lives. Yeah, you're fucking. I know, guys, I know. Oh, I should have left this. Is this not playing? Oh, for when they come back. I guess I just got people, like, watching the shit out there, and that's cool. It's like a little community affair. Gotta get into this shit next time. I was just looking into some of my old archives, though, of travel and stuff when I was in the belly of the beast myself. And some of the stuff I saw and experienced, whatever, and just kind of, like, reflecting on stuff, and then just seeing how on the nose I was even before I knew that I was on the nose of some stuff. I like was already there for it, you know. Like, I got some pictures of, like, I don't know if you guys know like the movie School of Rock. They ended up making an actual spot called the School of Rock, and it's right across the street from this club called the Roxy, and they have little children's rock camp fucking events, and it's a whole thing. Like, they've set it up right across the street. And I don't know, something was off about that, I guess, then, because I took some pictures and footage about it, and I've, like, filed it away. And that hadn't occurred to me really, but looking back at some of the stuff and all the stuff that I had chosen to be interested in, and like I had gone and done like the Manson hike and all that stuff. Like I was going to try to see what I could see at the Spawn Ranch, and I had done some of these things that it's like I kind of knew, but I didn't know. It was maybe more of a subconscious thing in advance before I fully decided to go full scorched earth, you know? Like 2017, 2018 especially was a big turning point that I really started like being like, none of this is fucking cool. Like none of this is real. You know, I'd been in and around California like 5 or 6 times, and yeah, I'd been around different spots too. I'd gone up the one side, down the other way, gone down to Long Beach, gone up to the Palisades, up to Malibu. There's a really cool rock store in Malibu that I really liked, that I would visit every time. And the little lady Marcy there, she was a fucking sweetheart. Remembers me every time. Probably still remember me if I went in now. It's been a while. I've been there, been to that side of it in a long time. But, you know, doing the whole thing. Did the hike up and stood on top of the Hollywood sign because, like, you can't conquer it and understand it unless you've stood on top of it, obviously. Which is interesting. It's an interesting whole thing going up and around, and, you know, it's good view. It's good views you get from up there, too. It's kind of nice just to be there for the event of it, I guess. But, it's a lot of darkness, too. There's so much darkness. And it's time to just go back and review everything from like the last 10 years especially. There's just been so much shit that's been building up and coming to a head. Yeah, the Masons, they're everywhere. I might even take you on a little infiltration of one of the lodges I was brought to way back when. They're trying to recruit me big time, bring me to these fucking whatever, and I didn't want to go to any of these little things. It seemed kind of gay to me, to be honest. I was not interested. I'm like, no, I don't want to hang out with a bunch of dudes and smoke cigars. Like, I got a life. I'd like to go do what I'm doing, and like, I prefer women. Sorry, guys. I don't know. But there's a place I probably could just go right in and walk around, and I don't know, because I don't think there's any rule against it. Like, fuck, they do want to get people into the shit anyway, right? So, kind of like I think just people never choose to go there. It's like with Scientology, if people can actually go in there and they can explore it and they can get in and do the thing. And now it's at the point they're doing like speed runs with a bunch of midgets because they can't clothesline the midgets and they can run so many different directions at once, and it just, their security can't handle it. It was hilarious. I don't know if you guys saw that. But in the same way that they've been doing it with the Scientology, maybe I don't need to go storm the castle kind of thing with midgets or whatever, but just like actually go in and get some footage of some stuff and just like question some people. You know, under the guise of, yeah, I'm going to join your little club. But no, I'm not, you know? Maybe. Get a little more ballsier all the time, I think. Grown a thicker skin over time. I've almost seen it all of the danger that you bring yourself into with doing all this stuff. So, I mean, what more can they do? May as well go straight back into the belly of the beast and fucking do the full tour here. Alrighty, Truth Range, taking off. No worries. Yeah, this has been kind of a long one, and it's a lot of waiting, so I get it, guys. If you need to pop in and out and do your regular day, I totally get it. Have a wonderful one. Enjoy. Only real difference between, yeah, the tax status. Yes, you got it, Be Bizarre. For sure. Glad you mentioned Duggar and Scully. No one talks about that. Yeah. No, they don't. That's like the big hush. That's one of the big hushes. And I started getting some big pushback on the John Bonet when I started going there with it. Because imagine what that video was worth, even if it wasn't intended. Whoo! Yeah, I know. Because just the fucking Peter Scully video, that video alone, at its peak, was $10,000 per view. It was a pay-per-view model. So to actually have a copy of it later, I guess it probably lost value over time and started getting spread around and burnt CDs and whatever the fuck they did. But originally, that video, it was $10,000 per view. So you can tell how rare and the money potential, the earning potential on that was. So then people start to realize that, other people start to realize that, and then that fucking industry explodes. But then you get to the point where it's not like that anymore. You know, it loses value over time, and then it needs to be more extreme and more stuff going on. Then it's just getting worse and worse over time, you know? And they're just finding more secretive ways to be able to trade and view that material. Which today, right? Like Josh Duggar, this is like, what, 2 years ago? Like, that video is still fucking circulating, obviously. And people are still doing their due with it. Because, like, fuck, why the fuck? You can put... yeah. Those kinds of films where I believe that, yeah. Well, a lot more about that's coming out. Like, that Gina woman's been talking about a lot of stuff, and, like, at least a lot of the things she's saying does run parallel to, like, real life events that we can confirm, documented events with the Dozier School for Boys, and, like, her jump from that bridge, like, that was well documented. That was in the news, you know? So it does add a lot more credence to some of the other things she's saying, which I know that a lot of people still are a little bit of a skeptics about the whole thing, but there are reasons, and I kind of explained it a little more. Some of them I'm kind of just putting it out as is, but I explained a little more in the latest one that I uploaded of, like, why I'm sharing this and why I feel this is all important and worth taking in. But yeah, if that's connected to that, thank you for that, Lazarus. You're on it. You're on the ball. You know what's up. You guys, a lot of you guys do, though, so it's awesome. Like, I'm always impressed with the conversations we get to have here. Yeah, I made jokes about that too, because it would be pretty easy to start a cult, 100%. Like, people, I think, need to be led. There's a lot of people that prefer to be led. They prefer to have a leader. And if they don't know who, like, they don't like the leader they've got, they go looking for a different one, you know? And, like, there's, like, look at that Nexium thing, right? And people with money, too, like the Allison Mack or whatever. She had her own money. She was doing just fine in the industry. Like, how did she get under the thumb of this fucking weird guy in their little cult? Sex cult thing. You know? So there's something else there. Like, because some people, like, there's a fine line between, like, and just when you're talking about consenting adults, of, like, with the BDSM type side of communities, like, there's a fine line between it being a balanced interaction, a balanced dynamic, and it being abusive. Like, for people that are submissive by nature or by preference, especially sexual preference, they can be very easily falling into abusive situations because how quickly and easily that can be flipped on them of whatever, you know what I mean? Their willingness to submit. And if the dominant person is a sick individual, a sadist, or a very serious sadist, like, bad, and not just for fun, you know, I think there's a very fine line too there of pleasure and pain or whatever. Like, some people enjoy that, and I'm not going to judge. I'm never one to judge or shame people for preferences that way. Especially because I think a lot of that comes from trying to take back the control of your own trauma. Like, there's a little bit of there's some connections there sometimes with what one's trauma is and then what their preferences seem to be. But when you get to the whole other side of it, and then you start factoring children into the mix of that, they can't consent to any of it at all by any means. They have no fucking clue what's going on. And then when you're going into making that sort of content to the point of, in some cases, fatal, and then there being other child witnesses, or, like, there's just so much other stuff going on with that's like, this fucking sick world. But the more we're able to talk about it, the more it becomes mainstream, then at least it takes more of the weight off the few that have been just on this shit the whole time. Like, we all need a break sometime, but none of us feel great taking a break till we know that it's a little more mainstream. Like, finally we're getting to the point of the MK, and we're talking about the Manson more. We're talking about all this stuff a lot more now. But there's still so much more that needs to be public knowledge and needs to be more people taking action about it, or being able to recognize the signs, you know, because I'm thinking, like, there was some other kind of video feed or something happening with this Siders case. That was standing out to me. It was like a child harm farm in a way, and maybe farming children also in a different way, but, like, I think there was probably material being made. And there's probably a niche that likes animalistic children. You know what I mean? Like, that feral children is probably a preference at this point, because we've kind of seen that in different times and spaces over time. And it being connected to those kinds of networks, right? So, and if they aren't they can't communicate, they're nonverbal. Like, there's other benefits, I think, to them having them more as an animal, child animal than a human being, right? If you don't teach them how to speak and how to communicate, they can't never tell on you, you know? And then when you're looking at some of these fucking things, like they got the dental chairs and stuff, like, so they're nonverbal, they're probably given liquid diets, probably have had their teeth fucking, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, well, they're gonna grow back when they're an adult anyway, so it's all good. You know, like, you gotta really, it's fucked up to get in the mind of that, it's fucked up to even have to think about it, it's hard, it is so fucking disturbing, I get it, trust me, I get it. But, like, this is where people need to get it. They need to get that this kind of sickness exists. Like, this shit exists. And it's been going on the whole time. Like, it's not just the Epstein thing. It's not just fucking Diddy. It's not just fucking, like, it's been happening all and on and on and on. And, like, they have the frontage of even just those, like, the mansions and stuff. And this, it's almost the glamorized version of it. But a lot of this stuff takes place in really dirty, unhygienic, biohazardous places, like in motels, in these kinds of people's houses that are just not taking care of shit. Like, those are the kind of people willing to take money for the shit too, right? If you're fucking poverty and you got no education and you're fucking whatever these fucking cider people are, like, those are the kind of people that if somebody walked up to their door and offered them $10,000 for one of them kids, like, where did the other kid go? There's another kid that apparently there was another kid that should have been 20 now that nobody knows where that kid went. Then there was 2 other kids that didn't make it. So there was even more pregnancies in between than people are even aware of. There was 2 kids that were born in 2020 that were born conjoined. So she'd end up at the hospital for that one. Fuck. Conjoined at the sides and trying to give birth to that at home. Holy fuck. But anyway, so there was record of that and they didn't make it. But how many other kids didn't make it or were never brought to the hospital? And, you know, because then how do they even afford the house? How are they moving up in the world from a fucking trailer park to pretty nice fucking lifestyle? And they didn't own it, they were only renting or whatever. But then who the fuck was this woman and this trust that owned this house? Who are these people? How did they not know what was going on in the house they're renting? You know what I mean? Like, unless they were part of it. I don't know. There just seems a lot of weird shit there. And then the way that the town's being all hush-hush now, and then they were really trying to silence me on that one. So, like, extra went out of their way on my 1,500 view video that was really no different than anybody else's video talking about the exact same thing, except that I was talking about how this was probably a fucking baby farm. In a way, in a child harm material farm. That was really the only difference, that I'm pointing out the signs that this seems like trafficking and why. But why can't we know? Why can't people know about that? Why wouldn't we want people to know about that? To know the signs, to be able to report that if they see it in their own community, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting extra ballsy right here, right now about this. Just talking about it, because what else am I going to do, though? What are they going to do? I don't know. Fuck. I don't really know. Like, it's just speculation, but I mean, when you look at some of the signs and indicators, it's hard not to believe that something more awful was happening. Yeah, well, and exactly, some of their little meetups, yeah, Bill Clinton came to Tony Alamo restaurant just to hear Dolly Parton sing. Dolly Parton, fucking, what that thing she just said the other day about Taylor Swift's firstborn child, she wants it or whatever. I don't even know. That was fucking weird. Something weird there. And she was, like, throwing up the devil horns and shit. And, like, that's just, like, you guys are just getting too fucking in the face about it. Like, I don't even know what's the matter here anymore, but looks like maybe they're moving stuff around again, so they might be coming out again here, so we'll just keep an eye on this. Yeah, I got too far behind here. Hold on, let me catch up proper. Yeah, it like jumped up on me, so I lost my spot, and then it got too far behind here. Oh, I went in between quick while the video is playing, not gonna lie. Do you guys need a break? I can put it on, we can do a BRB. I mean, now is probably a good time, because nothing's really happening. But yeah, no, while the thing was playing and I was on mute, I went quick. Because the coffee, you know, goes through me sometimes, so yeah, I already did that. But I did it in such a way that you didn't even know I was gone. Keep the thing going. You can hear it, like if I leave the doors open, I can hear it from the other room though, so it wasn't like I was missing anything either. Yeah, no, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys for sure. Like being able to just talk about this with some people and not being all in my own. A lot of time when you're just doing the documentaries, like I wasn't really doing as much of this. Like I had periods of time where I would do some live streams and interact, whatever. But for the most part, I would just be like doing my thing, making my little documentaries, whatever. If you can even call it that, it's on YouTube, so I don't know if it really counts. But like full length deep dives, just doing my thing. And you know, it is kind of isolating, and especially when it's like most people don't fucking get it. A lot of people are very happy being PCs plugged into the cult matrix, narcissistic cult matrix. They're all part of it, like, and that's fine. They could do what they're gonna do, but it's kind of isolating. It's always hard to find like-minded people geographically. So when you're online and you find your tribe, it's all the more appreciated once you've gone through periods of realizing the isolation of how, you know, being the odd ones out. We're all the scapegoats of the narcissistic cult system, I think, is what it's coming down to. Forget the cult families, narcissistic cult families, literally the society, you know, when you really think about it, and it's all kind of built in such a way to serve a narcissistic agenda, you know? And then all the flying monkeys, the mob mentality of the flying monkeys of people attacking certain people that try to go against the grain, you know? It's all the same thing, just on a different scale. What is this, a press conference? Well, it's nothing right now. They weren't allowed to bring cameras into the thing, so we're kind of just waiting for updates. There may be a press conference with the attorneys and stuff like afterwards, once it's all said and done, but they let them have a break a few minutes ago to come and give updates and stuff. So we're kind of just hanging out and chatting and waiting. And it's an odd time of day for everybody, so you know, we're all just kind of coming and going. A few of us have popped in and out. Some of us are just doing daytime stuff, just listening, lurking, which is cool. Whatever. It's nothing. But I think everybody's starting to get moving a little more prepped here now, so it seems like it's probably they're coming to either the end or another break shortly. The School of Metaphysics. No, I have not. Is that like the mystery school? Fucking Miley Cyrus or whatever was pushing the mystery school? And I was gonna look into that more too at one point, but then I don't know, things got weird after that too. It's like you never really know what you're gonna touch on that's gonna make a bunch of weird shit happen in your life. So you kind of just have to, like, I don't know, kind of have to pivot and then roll with the punches. Yeah, this channel is meant just for okay, operations. Yeah. Well, it's same as in the industry of where there would be plants and operatives, dual operatives. Oh, that's messed up. That's messed up, Lazarus. But you know, there's people that are willing to do that shit like voluntarily, that are like into that shit as a fetish, that, you know, so that's what tells you at that point that it's not just about having fun, it's like you have a sickness and you want to be dominant in a different way. And like more of a damaging and less of a like a everybody's having fun thing. But that's kind of fucked up. May have been an accomplice. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, I see what you mean though. Yeah. That's where the kinds of people you get yeah. Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. We're on the list, but not the fun kind. Yeah. Yeah, we don't get to go to the party. You don't want us at that party. We have to have our own parties, guys. It's okay. Okay. There is always a certain personality type that wants to be, yeah, like it's just like, I don't know. I like the idea of a collective of you know, people, like-minded people, and living natural, and like some of the ideas of like a communal, you know, like some of that old hippy-dippy stuff wasn't so bad, but when it comes to like the full-on cult thing, kind of like, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to want that, you know? But a lot of people do end up with like kind of like a cult-like following, even when you're looking at some online stuff. The way some people protect online people, regardless of what they do. Like, look at James Charles. Like, literally, he has like pins on his TikTok things now, talking about his whole history of whatever, and nobody cares. He's still got a career. He's still just doing his thing. So I don't know. It's just so like the desensitization is like at an extreme, I think, at this point too. You know. So it's unfortunate. But yeah, I think some stuff's starting. I don't know. It seems like shit's kind of moving. They keep moving around. Maybe they're just getting tired and they want to move to like you know, yeah, get out of the sun or stretch the legs and shit, 'cause they're just been sitting there all day. It just jumped again. I think this is something with my mouse, and it like makes the scroll jump if I. It might be too sensitive. I might have to adjust the settings. I'm gonna hit something and made it sensitive because it's just like jumping on the chat. You went down the rabbit hole far enough that you got your phones tapped and you were followed by black escalades. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, you know some stuff, for sure. I just kept moving around, kind of, for the most part, for the last however long, and I'm also in Canada, so I think that kind of helps. You know, and I gotta bop around here and there, but, I don't know, it's kind of a bait and switch, too, because I have, like, 10 years of travel and life pictures that I never posted anywhere, never shared, never did the fucking virtue signaling thing, or any of that shit, you know? Did all kinds of stuff, had a whole fucking life. That I could pretty much just be posting stuff for the next 10 years and nobody would actually ever know where the fuck I was in if I was actually there or not currently. You know what I mean? Like, I could really do the full-on bait and switch in a big way that way. That might be more beneficial if I can't actually be on the move. Because, you know, ideally I want to just be on the road and moving all the time. Digital nomad style, you know? But for the time being, kind of just post whatever, whenever, and nobody would really actually know. It's not like they'd find it anywhere else. It's not like they would know it was posted before, or that if it, you know what I mean? Definitely not AI, because I took the pictures myself. You know what I mean? Like, it's all real shit. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Because I've been trying to think about it, of like, yeah, I'm getting really too close to the jugular here, and with this strike the other day seemed kind of like a warning, because what the fuck, it just doesn't make sense to have even gotten that. It's really weird, unless somebody new is operating their thing, or it's an AI thing, maybe. I don't know. That hasn't happened in a long time because I'm very careful and you know, following the guidelines of all the fair use of what people are doing these days. Like, and I waited a long time even to start doing this kind of thing, so I could see that everyone was doing reaction videos and like talking about this and doing that and reviewing commentary, this kind of thing. So okay, yeah, this fair use it's all acceptable now, because I'm from a time when that didn't even exist yet. You know, there was a lot of backlash. Like, you couldn't even play video games without like Nintendo sending you a claim or whatever, because at the time it's like there was no precedent for that yet. That just had never happened before, and they didn't know, none of the legal people knew how to handle any of that. But now Let's Plays, like people playing video games and talking about it and doing the thing, that's all part of it now. That's a big mega industry on its own, right? So I don't know, kind of have to shift with the times and evolve and kind of just figure out how to figure it out. But I do have some cool stuff, like I like the Manson hike stuff, and like there's a bunch of cool stuff that now that we can talk about it, I look forward to presenting it. Like, I had this whole, there was this abandoned fucking prisoner of war camp that I did a full tour of, and before some of the buildings were dismantled, and a lot of it's gone completely to shit now, like totally fucking demolished. It doesn't really exist in the way that it did before for the cultural historical value that it had. So I got hours of that, footage of that, stuff that I just never ended up doing anything with it, and for whatever reason, you know. Kind of just got so on this mission of how to tell all these things without having to say it, because it was such a pushback trying to talk about a lot of this stuff fucking, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. Almost 10 fucking years now. Holy shit. To like think about it. Like 2017 only seems like 5 years ago when you think about it, but it's not. It was like literally almost 10 years ago. But we're going full circle. I feel like we're finally catching up full circle to a lot of the stuff, like especially like even the Reiner thing when that went down, and I've been on the River Phoenix and whatever thing for a long time, and I had just done the TW Theory article, which with the Stand By Me and River Phoenix being one of the most disturbing examples of it, and all those kids really in that one scene. And that was a month before the Reiner thing happened. So when that happened, that just blew the whole lid off all this other stuff that I'd been trying to point out and trying to make sense of for all these years. And then the mind map happened, and then all this other stuff started connecting. So it's been a fucking wild, wild year. Like 2016 me, if they knew, you knew what was going to happen in 10 years, you know? Actually, it wouldn't have mattered, because I was just going to do it anyway. I was going to be doing this anyway. But maybe I would have been a little more, even more calculated with some of the stuff I was investigating and recording back then. I don't know. when I had more of the means and the resources. I don't know. You live and learn, I guess. But going back to like through the archives of all the years and just being like, wow, like I was on the shit. Like I've been on it. Like I've been pressing myself even for how ahead I think that I was at the time. Like that it seems that I was as more stuff's being revealed, which is pretty fucking cool. It's like affirming though, I guess, because a lot of people thought I was crazy for a long time, and obviously I wasn't. So, and it was really just because I'd done the research, you know, I'd done the reading. It's not like I really have any special powers or fucking anything really. I just have pattern recognition and read a lot of books, like reading a lot, go to libraries and shit. Like I like that shit. And like so my research is very in depth that way too. Like I will go back and read the physical media. Like I'll order that National Enquirer from the 80s or whatever with that article because I can't find it online in any versions of it. It's like they're cutting parts off and I need to know what the full article said because it was fucking the only one saying it, some actual shit. You know, like about Drew Barrymore going to the rehab at 13. The way that some of the other media was painting it was a little different, and it seemed that the National Enquirer, that one article was very important, it felt to me anyway. So stuff like that, like I want the physical stuff just as much as like the digital research. And I would be able to spend more time and be more like refining stuff if I had more of like, you know, any budget. I have no budget, but you know, so I do what I can, however I can with it, the best that I can. But yeah, it's probably a good time now to start pulling out all this fucking stuff. I have decades of stuff. Like I've been directly standing in the belly of the beast lots of times and like literally like experienced shit that made me implode that life and come do this instead also. Like not just the stuff in 2017, 2018, you know. There was all kinds of stuff happening in the world that activated me, but there was already there was just wrong. I just was not happy doing, you know, I was making good money and everything seemed great on paper, but it wasn't my purpose. It wasn't fulfilling my purpose. I had the calling, you know, the shine was shining, the call kept calling. I had to do something about it. Had to be there for it. Had to dive into it. And the whole Chester, like, because this was just yesterday too, the death day anniversary, the 9th year or whatever. Next year will be 10 years. But a lot of that was part of it. That was a big part of the awakening for me that really pushed me to do something about it. Because I'd been reading about stuff and, you know, pretty awake for a while at that point. But to actually get on and to want to talk about it and do something about it and try to be part of the change that I wanted to see, you know? Because you definitely can't outrun the shine, that's for damn sure. When you've got that, once you can see stuff and once you're awakened, like you can't undo that either, right? That's possible. Hunter Biden, yeah, he was into some weird shit too. We'll see what that laptop whole thing comes back around again too, because yeah, it wasn't just the Anthony Weiner thing. There was that too. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to review that was building up just before the 2020 thing. You know, for that like 5-6 years before, there was a lot of stuff boiling beneath the surface that we have to go back and have a look at for sure. And even decades. There's decades of stuff too, but I mean, everything that's happening right now we can better understand by looking at the pattern of the last 5-6 years, and it's not looking great for us. So I don't know. I'm sure, yeah. Well, whatever. I mean, keep on moving if I gotta. Like, it's what it is. I don't know. I've been on this fucking thing like for years now. I've gone through the same kind of shit. Like every time if I'm hitting on something too close, I got weird shit happening. And like cyber attacked, fucking doxed, you know, different just online terrorism type shit. Almost seen it all at this point. But yeah, one of the articles though is the Tom Hanks stuff, because I'd done the full thing on that. I'd been right in the deep in the belly of the beast of that thing, that bubblegum shrimp, that whole end of the trail. He had a thing with Route 66 with Cappy and stuff. We're gonna revisit that too in an article. Starting to do some more stuff just in articles over there because it's a little easier than going and doing the whole thing too. Like I can throw the information together by text pretty quick and easy, more so even than to do a whole video or to do a live stream, you know. So I want to provide more stuff for you guys over there. So that's one of the ones I'm working on, because I have all kinds of pictures and video from that whole area there and up and down that coastline, and um, yeah, just to kind of get in their face about it a little bit. Like, I've been here already. I've been up your ass the whole time. You think I just come out of the blue on this shit? No, I've been here. I've been here about it. And I'm not backing down. Like, I'm still here. I already put up with enough shit, so yes, I was. How did you know, Lazarus? Yeah. Yeah, the gate thing, yeah, the gifted and talented whatever. My mom was so proud. I remember it very vividly. So people try to say that didn't exist at all, or no, I remember very vividly. My mom was so proud. She thought it was such a cool thing. And whether it was a gate thing or not, quote unquote, there was definitely a gifted and talented program in school, elementary school. And yeah, there's some stuff about that. We'll get into that another day. There's some of that stuff I've kind of been revisiting and talking with some people from that time that I've known forever, that we kept running into each other over time, and kind of stayed in contact half and half, that were in that program also in those schools. And a lot of those schools do not exist anymore. They ended up getting demolished. So there's just some weird stuff. There's some weird stuff to reflect on all the way back, for sure, just in my own life too. The kind of weird religion my family was, like, the whole thing, my whole family kind of fucked. I've been no contact with them for a long time now. Off and on the whole time, and just for good now. Like, I can't. Nope. No funeral, no hospital, none of it's gonna get me sucked back into the bullshit this time. In Western Europe, there's no incognito living, yeah. Well, it's hard now anyways, yeah. Would there ever be anything that's really truly incognito? Like, honestly, actually, I was looking into, they have these, like, they're like mini cars that are like electric, but they're enclosed, and they have like 2-seaters, and it's like a whole thing with a hatch thing and everything. But they're road safe or whatever, like you can drive them anywhere, but you don't need a license and you don't need insurance. So they can't track you on that shit. There's no plates. And they do have companies that make little campers and stuff for them. Like, it's a whole little setup that's totally fine for one person and a little dog. And you get the whole solar thing and all the other hookups, so you don't necessarily have to be on the grid to get by for however long. Like, you could go in the woods for a week and still have the internet, have all the electricity you need. If you know how to fish and cook on a fire, you can fucking live for however long you need. Months. And I do have all those abilities. I did a lot of practicing of random stuff and cooking on the fire just for fun for a long time, with not really the intention of it being for any purpose. I think it just was good to know, like, if ever there's a fucking emergencies and stuff, it's kind of just good to know survival stuff, right? But oh yeah, I could go right off the grid into the fucking woods. Like, and with one of those things, there's like, you tear the thing out and kind of customize it, make sure you don't have any fucking you get one of them Faraday covers, so you could almost cover the whole thing if you needed to. I don't know. I definitely thought about the whole thing, though, obviously. I've been thinking about it. How would be the quickest, easiest, cheapest to just get on the fucking road. And I have tons of camp and outdoor stuff already. Like, it's like I was prepping for this. I've been prepping for it for a while without knowing it, I think. Yeah. And all those little handbooks, so you know what plants are safe and which ones aren't. Like, so you don't necessarily have to learn it all. You have the little thing and can just kind of go with it. And I'm pretty resourceful that way, I think if it had to come down to that, I'm willing, willing to fight to the bloody end. Oh wow, Skunky, all the way back. Well, and that was me pivoting, doing the Still Not Crazy, and the Dark Hollywood was like me pivoting after I had tried to talk a lot about the MK and how it connected to stuff and all this stuff I was learning, because they had released like 20,000 MK documents back in the early, like, what was it, 2012, 2013 or some shit? Maybe it was 2014. I'm not exactly sure, but I read through a bunch of that shit. I was reading all kinds of stuff before that, and so when I first came on and was like going into that stuff, I went pretty hard. I was going straight for the jugular, and then that didn't work out so good, so I had to pivot and be able to kind of talk about it without talking about it, try to present it all in such a way that you guys could notice the patterns without me having to say it, so that's cool. That's awesome. Person pointing out and hitting on the things that I didn't notice in your own research. Yeah, Well, this was all stuff that, because yeah, I wasn't finding content that was like I had to read into stuff to find out more myself, and then I would always find new things that I felt were important, so I had to share them, And like Jim Carrey, that was like one of the first, I guess, big ones of the not crazy was like when everyone would think when he was crazy there back whenever it was 2016, 2017, whatever the fuck it was. I don't know, maybe it was later. No, that would have been a little later, like 2020 or whatever. I don't know. Doesn't matter. No, not 2020 actually. It would have been before that. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. But that was like I was compelled because I was like, no man, like he's just saying the shit that we all don't fucking want to say. He's saying the quiet parts out loud. So I got on that real quick. That was like actually I think they did the Not Crazy even before the Dark Hollywood. Fuck, it's been so long now. I trying to remember. But that's why I pivoted into that stuff because I couldn't talk about stuff exactly how I wanted at the time. That's totally wild because I haven't really seen you around. But I don't know, maybe you changed your name or something, or just I've had like long-term hiatuses off and on over the years too, so it's kind of hard to keep track of some people sometimes. So I apologize. But right on, Skunky, that you've been here since. That's some day one shit right there. Just about. Your country's test grounds for the world plan, very controlled. I could see that. Well, it's like the monarchy thing, monarch program, monarch, fucking. Yeah, we could go down that whole rabbit hole. Probably another day though. I definitely know way more than I ever talk about, and I would like to talk about it more. So yeah, at some point, yeah, we're gonna do, like I said, the members only thing, um, or the yeah whatever on the Eyes Wide Open group or some shit. I don't know yet. I guess stay tuned for it. I'll let you guys know when I know. But um, I do know so much more that I've been just dying to tell people for like 10 years, and then more has been added to it over time, like more confirmations, more depth of understanding, more like a full psychological, historical, factual substance to it, like, because I don't just really say anything without, like, I've done the research, if I'm going to say something for certain, otherwise I'll tell you it's speculation, I don't really know for sure, but some stuff I know for sure that are historical, factual things that I think we all need to know and talk about more, but we should all be able to feel safe doing that. I think that, yeah. You found it last week? Oh, right on. Well, hey, it's better late than never. I guess it's making its rounds. Every so often I'm a little bit throttled. I'm not, a lot of the stuff is sensitive topics that aren't very suggestible, and it's not very ad friendly, and it's not very, I'm always kind of the unpopular opinion about different things that happen too, but it's sort of getting maybe too close to the truth and they want people to be at just yet, you know? I don't know. Yeah, dandelion juice. Well, dandelions are great for you. I think we talked about this not long ago, actually. One of the streams. I'm pretty sure it was on a live stream. Or it might have been in the premiere chat. I don't remember now. You wish you could do the life camping thing? Oh, psh. Honestly, like, I think that's going to be the only way I'm going to be able to do what I do fully confidently and to feel safe doing it. And then at the same time, to be go check out these locations and get the footage and do the thing, right? Which I kind of had meant to. In 2020, like, I lost a lot of fucking money on travel and transportation, and like accommodations and stuff that were set up to go do the thing. Like that was what 2019, 2020 was like the planning. 2019 was the planning, and then 2020, starting in the summer, was like the kickoff of I was going to go travel and get more of this footage of everything that I'd kind of already been picking up what I was putting down for years. And then yeah, the world shut down. I wasn't gonna do the thing to get on the thing. They kept pushing it back. They ended up like giving me credits for it by the time the world was opened up again and not forcing jabs on people that all that had expired. So I lost. I don't even like I have a rough idea in my brain about how much I lost, but I've still not wanted to really actually fully look because that was really fucked up and that really sucked. And that was sort of going to be the pivot to this in a more of a reasonable, sustainable way, but it didn't happen like that. So yeah, I've kind of just been biding my time and waiting and trying to figure it out a different way. Yeah, you get it. One step at a time. You got to pace yourself. Exactly, Cheryl. You get it. You guys all get it at least, I don't have to explain myself in the way that I had to even 2 years ago, let alone for why and how I do what I do and the reasons why I pivot and why I, have different projects at a time. Like can't really focus on any one at a time too, because just being in any one dark rabbit hole at any given time is just bad news. I've tried to do that with the Drew Barrymore, kind of was doing it with the John Bonet. You almost have to with such a gargantuan project like that. You almost have to fully focus on it, but then you end up in a pretty dark place, and or just like, you know, a lot of your other parts of your life gets neglected, or you're not ending up being able to earn enough to get by, you know, because you're not fucking really doing anything. You're not outputting. You're not, you know, do some side work, kind of figure it out in between, but just been a delicate balance, you know. So I've been looking into some different options that are just easier, cheaper, and I wouldn't even have to worry about fucking any payments and nothing, and just be like completely going on the road, owning the whole thing flat out, and just like improve on it as I go. You know, just get on the fucking road and then save, 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 save. Um, because I'd be saving obviously on living expenses, because it's ridiculous. If you're trying to just even be a single person living in a one bedroom fucking, I could live very comfortably on the road on what I pay to live in a fucking little shithole apartment. It's not that bad. It's very nice to have a very nice natural light, and it's probably not one of the nicer ones you can get for the price and being all inclusive and whatever. So I shouldn't talk shit about it, but the amount I'm paying when I think about it, when I start looking at living on the road and on the land, because I can rough it. I don't mind. I like it. I like campfires and being by the water and doing all the kind of camp and shit. I love it. I love the outdoors stuff. And I feel like it would be better for my mental health. I feel like I'd be more active. You know, I think my creative flow would be better if I wasn't stressing all the time about making the ends meet in between and taking too long on certain things because I got to get the next thing going, and it's just stress. I don't want to have to do that. I want to be able to just like let it flow and work, have a good workflow, and be getting to the bottom of it, and not being so freaked out sitting anywhere like a sitting duck, almost, you know. So I don't know. I've been kind of toying with the idea of doing like the crowdfunding thing. Maybe I don't know though, because I hate fucking asking. I hate ever being like that guy. But if I'm ever gonna fully plunge into this and be able to keep doing what I'm doing here, I probably do got to start being like more assertive that way. Got a sofa bed if you ever want to hide out in Scotland. Well, and then that's the cool thing too. If you have just that little thing, you can get on pretty much any ferry, and to have send it with cargo and shit, like it's fucking cheap because it's just this little thing. Like your whole thing is less than a car as far as size and weight goes, you know. But the idea would be you'd spend more time outside of it anyway, and like actually doing a bit of the camping, and or you know, when you stop some places, yeah, you'd stop and visit around, or you know, stay at like once a week, stay at a hotel or something, or a motel. You can do laundry and get caught up on whatever you need to do, recharge everything, because for the most part you probably just recharge on the solar, right? But every once a week or so you probably want to make sure everything's full charged proper, and then keep on going, right? Yeah, you guys are awesome, and I'm glad. Like I'm always happy when I see new faces and people that are fitting in just fine. You know, I think that, you know, the like-minded individuals, it's like it's growing now to a sense that it's like everybody gets along really great, everybody jives really great because we're all pretty much on the same page, you know, where you get all these people from different places and it's still very civil, you know, like here and there you get some chaos agents roll through, but we all know how to deal with that. Nobody's really too perturbed by it. Some people are just kind of wingnuts. That's just what it is. But for the most part, you know, 9 out of 10 new people that come through here are all very awesome people. Like we're having an awesome time here with this group, and it's always fun. Like I love, you know, this is where doing these other different timed streams and stuff, I'll sometimes take a little more time, and rather than, you know, just bopping in and doing the thing and then coming back later and doing a little video about it, to just sit here and chat with you guys for a few hours, because some of you, yeah, otherwise wouldn't maybe necessarily be able to catch a live because you're on a different side of the world, right? So I love it. Love that we can all connect and be vibing the same, you know, regardless of where any of us are coming from. Giving you some ideas, yeah, no, and I think to like kind of, obviously you want to be at like 3 or 4 weeks ahead of when you actually post stuff, so people don't actually know where you are or what you're doing, just for your own safety, right? But just to chronicle the adventure of it, I think would be fun. Take us on the road, be on a little road trip. You know, and it'd just be more doable. It would all be very much cheaper, you know, like it's like very low expenses for all of that. And you make sure you got the gym membership too, so you can pretty much go wherever and shower wherever, anytime you want, without having to do the hotel thing. I've been thinking about it very, very seriously and starting to actually like figure out what the budget would be and what I need to do. Hopefully by the spring of, I don't know, hopefully sooner actually, I don't know. We're gonna see. It's just gonna depend because you gotta have a few bucks to put into that, and it's just, yeah, it's an ongoing battle. So maybe the crowdfunding thing, maybe more you guys might be into that. You know, a few bucks, everybody throwing in a few bucks, and then just get me the fuck on the road, so I at least know I'm safe. And then we can talk about more things, do more meaningful work that, you know, gets more into the thick of it, right? Without putting anybody at risk. But yeah, he's talking again, so let me catch up on what he's saying here, and then we'll circle back.
Conference. I just got out.
Yeah, I figured I'd let it go for a minute, because usually it's like, you're going to wait a second anyways, and he's going to move his shit around, and it looks like, yeah, the whole conference thing's going to happen now. We got it. Oh, here we go. Maybe the better angle here. This guy's cool. Oh, he's coming around. Yeah, right on, buddy. Assert yourself. Confidence. Get in there. You're just as much media as all the other media. Make sure we're fully on the live thing here. Can't even hear what he's saying. We're gonna need one that's got their thing hooked up. Hold your horses.
Good afternoon, everyone. Remarks. As this is the beginning of the preliminary hearing, he's not going to be answering any questions right now. Once the
Oh my god, it's so quiet.
completed, he'll be open to more questions. So just a few brief remarks right now. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hoffman. I'm the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Today starts.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find one that's mic'd up, because I don't think they all have their mics hooked up there. Can't hear what the fuck they're saying. I mean, if that's what the best we got, we'll go back and we'll just do the captions or whatever. But let's try. Fine. What even are those other ones? Well, we got TMZ, KTLIA, the KT. Oh, they're not even live. Just recording it, I guess. They're doing the whole. Okay. Okay, I guess we're just gonna go with the caption.
Today, the preliminary hearing of David Anthony Burke, the singer David, spelled D4VD.
Not even loud enough. Well, that's not great. See if this guy. Nope. Okay, hold on. And if not, I'll clip it and I'll fix it, and then we'll do something with it, post it or whatever, so we can get the full thing here. But be better if we can all just hear it right now. Times in India.
All the evidence at a preliminary hearing.
Better, okay. Thank you, Times of India. Yay. Okay. Back a bit. Please hold. We're gonna be going too far here. How does this look? Are we still in the right window here? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. District Attorney Nathan Hoffman is going to provide a few brief remarks. As this is the beginning of the preliminary hearing, he's not going to be answering any questions right now.
Quiet too, though. Why are
Once the
Preliminary hearing of David Anthony Burke, the singer
still kind of quiet? It
spelled D4VD.
seems like it gets louder, so because I clicked ahead and it was getting louder, but hold on. I'll find a better one. Somebody's gotta have it. I don't know.
This preliminary hearing will last approximately 3 to 5 days, at which point we will be seeking to hold David to answer for 3 felony counts of which he has been charged. first-degree murder with special circumstances.
It's still kind of quiet. I don't know. I hope you guys can kind of get it. And even the captions aren't even fully picking it up. But we'll do something with it after, and then I'll share it somewhere, and then you guys can catch up with what's going on with that then. But we'll try to listen as best we can here right now. But yeah, I think they're all kind of quiet, and I don't know why. I don't know. Because then other ones here aren't even doing the live thing. So.
The count of lewd and lascivious acts with a 13-year-old, and the count of mutilation of human remains. David will be facing a maximum punishment of life without the possibility of parole, or he is also death penalty eligible. The decision on whether or not to seek the death penalty has not been made at this point. Now, the point of a preliminary hearing is somewhat different than you actually perceive in the media, whether it's TV or the movies. Because what often happens in TV or the movies is you go from an immediate arrest into a trial. But in our system in California in particular, you have an intermediate step. That intermediate step is a preliminary hearing where effectively the prosecution's evidence is going to be tested before a judge, not a jury. The standard that we have to meet is not beyond a reasonable doubt at the preliminary hearing stage. It is probable cause. We are not obligated, nor will we be presenting all the evidence at a preliminary hearing that we will be presenting at a trial to prove David beyond a reasonable doubt guilty of the 3 felony charges in which he has been charged. So at the preliminary hearing, we will call a number of officers. We estimate there will be over 10 different witnesses, both officer testimony, coroner testimony, and there will be individual witnesses as well. And again, we can rely on hearsay and other things that won't be allowed to be relied on in an actual trial. The judge at the end of the presentation of the evidence, and again, this is evidence that can be cross-examined by a defense attorney, and that process has already been done. At the end of the presentation of all this evidence, the question will be, will David be held to answer on the 3 felony charges? We believe we will more than accomplish the evidentiary burden of probable cause at this point to hold David to answer on these 3 felony charges. At that point, if the judge does hold him to answer, we will file an information that will detail the actual 3 criminal charges. Thereafter, there will be a trial date that will be set, and David, if he so chooses, will proceed to trial. And we will prove at that point, beyond a reasonable doubt, that David committed these 3 crimes. And when, we do not predict if, when he is convicted, we will then be seeking the sentence that we are allowed to seek by order of law, and we will let you know in a future date whether or not that sentence will also include the death penalty. So I wanted to take this opportunity as we're starting this preliminary hearing process to explain where the preliminary hearing fits in the process so people can understand as we are presenting evidence and it is being cross-examined what ultimately the standard is for the judge to determine. That's probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a judge that is doing this determination, not a jury at this point, and that there will subsequently be a trial when the judge holds David to answer on these 3 felony charges. When this preliminary hearing is over, I will come back to address you, and at that point, I will take questions. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well, there you have it. I don't think anybody else comes up and talks, so I'm gonna just, yeah, that was the end. Okay, well, I guess that's it for today then, folks. I guess we'll wait, and then once that ends, then I can try to clip that, and then yeah, I'll share it in the group or somewhere, just so we can get the full statement at the end. But yeah, I gotta get back to some shit, and I got some catching up to do after this whole month of fucking kind of noise, how it all went down. But I will be keeping you guys updated, and I guess I'll give you guys a full update too on just some of the projects, what's shifting back to the primary here, and what to expect next, and maybe we'll do like a poll or something of what they have to do the Reiner thing either way. Like that's time it's unfolding in real time, so I do want to get that caught up on the chronicle of the presentation of it, getting it all caught up to the current by the time this next court date happens. So that one for sure, but there's still, like, I'm juggling a few other ones here, and some that I kind of had left hanging in December there, so I'll maybe do, like, a little poll and just see where everyone's head's at and what they would like to see most next, so I can figure out my own priorities here a little better. Because, I mean, it's all important, it's all stuff that needs to be discussed and touched on at some point, but I think probably this, the next degeneracy, or the next iceberg files, which will be the degeneracy files, might be a next one coming soon. But the next Nick Reiner for sure also. The Casey Anthony I got to revisit as well. That kind of got pushed back a little bit as things were getting moved around this month. But I'll feel it out. I'll see, because some people are asking for different things in the comments, so I can't really tell for sure what people are most hoping for next, or most into next. So maybe we'll coordinate a little more on that with you guys. Get your say on that. You can vote or something. Do the poll. I don't even know how I'm gonna do it yet, but we'll figure it out. But anyways, thank you for hanging out today, guys. I know that was like a lot of waiting, a lot of sitting for such a little thing, but I think that this hanging out and chit-chatting was awesome, and I appreciate you new folks joining us here and everybody contributing to the discussion. It's always a good conversation. Like, it's always, I feel like I'm always getting something out of it, and I hope that you guys are too. But yeah, thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day, your evening, your afternoon, whatever time it is in your world. Stay hydrated. Don't stay down too deep down any rabbit holes for too long. Yeah, and much love. I am out. A great big thanks to everyone who stuck through to the very end. You're the true blue gems. I appreciate all of your support, the kind and respectful discussions we're able to have about such sensitive topics, and for keeping your eyes wide open in these crazy and confusing times we're living in. Please don't forget to hype, like, share, and subscribe, and I'll catch you on the flip side.
Red bricks crumble under my feet, a path that whispers a cursed heartbeat. Shadows stretch long, they know my name. Every step